Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me. Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims. And then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC4 started at the same place. And again, I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है. And fortunately, it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also. And fortunately, I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था कि जिससे 11th-12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then, ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनोकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
%65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026-27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
So, hello everyone. I welcome you all in the discussion session of UPSC Civil Services Prelims 2026. So today we are having Prem Sudani sir. He will be taking geography and environment subject, and there is other subjects will be basically discussed by the concerned faculties. So let's start this session, sir. What's your first take about geography first? Starting from the geography, what kind of questions generally UPSC asked, and what was the trend which you have observed?
Yes. Hello, aspirants. So, sir, what basically has happened this year? Actually, the normal and conventional areas, for example, the cyclones, the tornadoes, the climatology, and those all the areas which were very predictable almost every year, they have been completely removed. And the questions has been asked, they are doable, but a little difficult, right? This is the one major difference that we are noticing compared to the PYQs. And in case of the trend, how many questions are asked? So the geography's questions, they were asked 18, then 12, then they reduced to this year also 12. Okay? So last year also around 12 questions were asked from the physical geography. And this year also the trend is same, around 12
So this
questions
is
have been asked.
24. This is 24.
24,
25.
25, and now this is around 12 questions are there.
Mm-hmm.
So pattern is number of questions are settling around 12, 13 questions are settled now. But the thing is, the normal conventional areas are now not being asked, and this is a change that we have
So
noticed.
it means like geography and environment, we can expect somewhere around 25 to 30 questions.
Yes, we can
Almost
expect,
1/3 of the
yes,
paper.
yes, 1/3 of the paper.
Mm-hmm.
And in case of the environment, the question numbers, if you see 16, 15, last year they reduced to 13. Last year also it was 15. Last year 16. This year it is somewhere around 13. So
questions.
the trend is, let's say, earlier the environment was getting significant portion, but nowadays it is settled around 14, 15 questions. It is the trend, right? So generally it is around 1/3 of the paper, as you
1/3 of the
mentioned,
paper.
right?
So what kind of questions generally UPSC have started, as you like mentioned, from the traditional, the staple study material, they have drifted away. So what kind of questions generally you are talking about?
So now, see, we need a proper knowledge. For example, especially you will discuss ancient history paper. There the rivers are coupled with the ancient history. Ki one or two river. One question was there, na, where the rivers are coupled.
Rivers, yeah.
So now you need the good understanding of the subject. You need proper analogy and analytical abilities to understand the questions. So as we will start here with the discussion, we'll see the questions.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Yeah. So starting with the very first question, it is about this volcano, and this question, it is UPSC's favorite area, volcanism. And volcanoes, they have asked the volcanoes in the news earlier. Now they also have asked the volcano, that is Tungraha volcano. It was also in news, and it was from Ecuador. And it was in news because it was given the geopark status, right? So if you see this question, it is a direct question, volcano it is. It was given the status under UNESCO, and this was asked by the UPSC. So this is the direct answer is Ecuador. The only context here why it has been asked, volcano is the favorite area of UPSC. The names they are asking nowadays, and this name was quite in news, okay, because of this status, and the question is there. Next, here I have mentioned, this is from the UNESCO's website. You can see the two sites were, let's say, designated. One is Napo Sumaco, and second is Tungraha volcano, right? So therefore, you can see here the context. If we go to the next question, it is about Andaman and Nicobar region. Andaman and Nicobar was in news, and the question was expected. So here the question is, this is core geography, aesthetic part, right? So this question is asking about the three statements are given. Number one statement is the climate of the Andaman and Nicobar, we are basically considering, is defined as humid, tropical, coastal climate. So if you see the geography of India, so here if I show you, the Andaman and Nicobar is located here, very close to the tropic. So the climatic conditions are tropical. Yes, it is tropical, as it is surrounded by the ocean, right? Therefore, it is humid climatic conditions are there. Yes. So this statement is very true, that climate is humid and tropical coastal climate. So this statement is correct. The second statement says it receives rainfall from both southwest monsoon and northeast monsoon. So as you are familiar, in case of the southwest monsoon, you must be familiar that this modified trade winds will enter into India. So yes, Andaman and Nicobar receives good amount of rainfall from this southwest monsoon, as well as, if you are aware, when it is retreating monsoon or the northeast trade winds, they largely remains offshore, right? Here they will be offshore. But when they pass over this Bay of Bengal area, they will pick the moisture. And as this moisture has been picked by the winds, now if you see here, the area, you must have read this here, in the areas of this area, that is of Tamil Nadu, Coromandel coast. In the Coromandel coast, here, India receives rainfall from this northeast trade winds also. Why? Because they pick moisture from here while passing over this Bay of Bengal. In the similar pattern, here it is Andaman and Nicobar. The similar trade winds, while passing over this entire oceanic area, they will also bring moisture here and cause rainfall over Andaman. So Andaman receives both rainfall from southwest monsoon as well as from northeast monsoon. That is true. The third statement, if we see, The maximum precipitation is between December and May. It is incorrect. The maximum precipitation here, it would be coinciding with the same season of the rainfall, that is our rainfall season. So mostly it will be August and September. September it is primarily. So it receives good amount of rainfall in the months of September, right? Not in this months of December and May. Okay. So the answer would be therefore our 1 and 2. Now, moving ahead to the next question. If you see this one, I have given here the map, you can see here easily. The next question, if we see, this is also from the basics of the geography. Okay. In this question, it is given the 3 statements. Number 1, about the peninsular block of India. Number 1, submergence of the parts of western coast due to the tectonic activity. Is it true for the peninsula? So if you see this peninsula, see here. So is it submerged one? Yes, if you are aware that this western coastal area is nothing but so many evidences are present here that this entire area was submerged due to what? The submergence was there because of the plate tectonic activity. Yes. So this is true. The first one, submergence of the part. Yes. Second now, presence of the residual mountain ranges such as Velikonda Hills, Mahendragiri Hills. Yes, they are the residual mountains which are located here. So there are so many other Nallamala Hills, Aravali Hills, right? So they are also here. So this is also true. The third one, deep V-shaped river valleys are formed by fast flowing rivers. So if you are aware about the drainage system of Himalaya and the drainage system of Peninsula, you must have learned this one, that Himalayan rivers are known for youthful stage and therefore they have the tremendous power of erosion. If the rivers have the tremendous power to erode the surfaces, then only you will see the vertical erosion, and those rivers with having great power of erosion, they will cause this kind of vertical drilling, right? So this is not possible in case of peninsular rivers. Okay? They are not in their youthful stage. They are in their mature and late mature stage, right? And the old stage. So this cannot be seen in the peninsular area. It will be visible, quite visible in the Himalayan region, because in the Himalaya you will see most of the rivers are in their youthful stage. Okay. So this is again from the core of geography. Doable this question is. 3 is incorrect. 1 and 2 would be the answer. Okay. Next now, moving ahead to the next question. The next question is about identify the river of Indian subcontinent on the basis of this information which is given in the question. Now see here, this type of questions are being asked now where you need to have good knowledge about the rivers. Okay? Now it has antecedent drainage. Now what is antecedent river? If you are aware, those rivers which were existing prior to the upliftment of any mountain range, and even after the upliftment these rivers were continuously flowing, means they were cutting across the mountains, so they were powerful in terms of their erosion capacity. So this is the river. See here, Brahmaputra, it is the antecedent river. Indus is antecedent river. Satluj is also antecedent river. Most of the Himalayan rivers will be known as antecedent rivers. They were existing prior to the Himalayas also. Second statement, if you see, it flows through 3 countries. Now 3 countries is the second condition, and here we will eliminate Teesta because Teesta originate in India. It will go into Bangladesh. Only 2 countries are involved. So Teesta is not the answer. Third statement, it originates in the Tibetan plateau. So Brahmaputra, Indus and Satluj, all 3 originate in the same area. Yes. Fourth, it does not form distributaries. Now what is this distributary? So for example, if you see, this is the river. Those rivers, the small rivers which are contributing their water in this river, main river, they will be known as tributaries. Whereas when the river reaches to the last stage, in the old stage, because of lack of power to flush its sediment load or the sediments, it will be divided into so many distributaries, and generally you will see this will happen when the river is about to enter into the sea. Okay? So these are known as distributaries, where the main river distributes into many channels, right? Whenever a river makes a delta, you must have seen in the delta will have so many distributaries, right? This is the distributaries in the delta, where the main river is dividing into so many this branches, and here you will see the deposition and the delta formation, right? So if the river is making a delta, it means certainly and for sure it is going to make distributaries, right? So here if I ask you a simple question, which out of these three rivers make delta, then your answer must be Brahmaputra makes a delta, yes, with the Ganga, the largest riverine delta. Then Indus River, yes, it also makes the delta and therefore it must maintain the distributaries as well. It is the answer now Satluj. The Satluj, while going towards the Indus River, it joins with the Chenab. It does not make any delta and distributaries. It will enter into the Indus. Therefore, answer is Satluj. Okay, so this is the answer. So now see here, the examiner is checking your knowledge in depth. You must be aware about the antecedent river. You must be aware about the countries and how many countries this river is moving. You must be knowing that if the distributaries are made by the river or not, means delta related knowledge you must have, right? So in that way, a lot of points or the let's say areas have been coupled in a single question. That is the change that we are noticing. Next question, if we move to. Now see here, this next question, it is again map based question. So ships, if they are passing through, let's say if the ships are moving from these countries which are mentioned here, a Strait of Hormuz is given, that how many countries will have to come towards Indian Ocean through this Strait of Hormuz. So this is a map-based question and it is highly in news. The question is very much expected from this area. This area of West Asia is very kind of predictable area for UPSC's map-based questions. Now, if you see the location, I have given here map. So see the location of Bahrain. So Bahrain, if you want to come in India, okay, so vessels must have to pass through this Strait of Hormuz, yes or no? Yes. Now see, this is the Bahrain. So Bahrain ships, the vessels, they will pass through Strait of Hormuz. Now see the Syria. Now Syria is not located here. Syria will come through this path. See here, Syria will come through this Red Sea and Bab al-Mandab to come into Indian Ocean, right? So Syria is not the answer. Then if you see Qatar, location of Qatar. So Qatar is just near Bahrain. Again, they will go through the same route. They will pass through the Strait of Hormuz in order to come to Indian Ocean. Yes. So answer here, Qatar will also be correct. Then if you see the Egypt, so Egypt is again here. Egypt will also come through this Red Sea route, Suez Canal route, and then this Bab al-Mandab. Therefore, Egypt will also not be the answer. Answer would be Bahrain and Qatar. So if the vessels are starting from these two countries out of four, Bahrain and Qatar, then they will certainly pass through Strait of Hormuz. Okay, map-based question it is. And it is a kind of question which can be expected, because map-based question from the same area, it is expected. Moving ahead to the next question, this is about Lake Turkana. So the question about this Lake Turkana is, see here, it is the largest desert lake in the world. Is this a statement correct? Answer is yes. It is the largest desert lake. It is correct. So yes. Second is, the lake is situated in South Sudan. Here it is not correct. It is located in Kenya, right? So this is incorrect, right? And what we are supposed to identify? Correct statement. This is incorrect. The third one, the lake is listed as UNESCO's World Heritage Site. Yes, it is UNESCO's World Heritage Site. And it is also referred as ZC. Yes, it is also referred as ZC. And here, because of some algal type of, let's say, microorganisms are found here. And this gives the name to this Lake Turkana as ZC. So this is also correct. Therefore, answer goes as 1 and 3. If I show you the source, there was one article in the Down to Earth, and there were many studies were published about this Lake Turkana and nearby the seismic activity. So it was also published in the Down to Earth that how this Lake Turkana, it is important for the seismic study nearby in this area of East African Valley. So this was the, let's say, this was the context in which the current affair it is. Okay, the question has been asked. Now, however, see here, it was in the news, but I will not say that it was very commonly in news, in the newspapers and all. This study was published, okay? It is the Africa's largest lake. It is also mentioned here. The study was published and some of the magazines have covered this article as well. Next, The next question is, which of the following with reference to Indian state is or are not correct? Here we are supposed to identify incorrect statement. Now see here, Uttar Pradesh shares its boundary with the highest number of other Indian states. This is true. Around 8 states and this national capital of this one, NCR Delhi. So this shares 8 states plus 1 union territory. UP shares highest number of states compared to the other state. This is correct statement, right? Be it Uttarakhand, Himachal, है ना? Be it Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Bihar, right? Delhi. So 8 states plus UT. Second is Rajasthan shares the longest international border among all Indian states. This is not correct. It is the West Bengal, right? West Bengal shares the longest border and it is somewhat around 2200 kilometer. I'm saying roughly around 2200. Exactly it is 2271 something. Rajasthan, whereas it is sharing somewhat around 1000 something. Okay? Not exactly I'm sure how much, but around it is 1000 something. So it is not the Rajasthan which shares the longest border. It is the West Bengal. Second statement therefore becomes incorrect. If we go by the elimination method, can we eliminate with this 2 statement itself? 2 is surely incorrect. 2 and 3, this B and C options are eliminated. And 1 is for sure correct. We are sure. So answer therefore is 1. Okay, that is correct. We are supposed to identify not correct. Not correct means 2 and 3. So 2 and 3 will be incorrect one here. So we are supposed to identify incorrect now. So 2 and 3 are incorrect. 1 is for sure correct. Let's check the third statement also. Sikkim is the only state that shares its boundary with just one other Indian state. It is not true. If you see the location of Meghalaya, so Meghalaya also shares only its boundary with another one state only, that is Assam, right? So it is Sikkim along with Meghalaya. They share their boundary only with the one state. So therefore this also is wrong. So we are supposed to find this not correct one, incorrect one. So 2 and 3 both are incorrect. Okay. Again, this is the core geography and a kind of questions which have been asked by the UPSC, especially from Indian geography. UPSC is more interested about knowing the, let's say, more about your boundaries. Sometimes they ask how many states are there from where the Himalaya will pass. Sometimes they will ask you how many states you are supposed to cross when you are moving from some state of northeast to the, let's say, some area of Maharashtra or something. They are asking this type of questions, right? So this was expected. Next, here you can see the location of Meghalaya. Now see here. Next now, the questions of geography are over. And now we are moving ahead to the questions of environment. In the environment, the very first question, it is about Madhav National Park, right? It was highly in news, Madhav National Park. It was declared as 58th Tiger Reserve of India. Very recently in 2025. So if we see these statements, Madhav National Park, then it was declared as a tiger reserve in 2025. Is it true? Yes, it is true. It is something which was in the current affairs and environment type of questions. You must be familiar with the recently declared tiger reserves, recently declared Ramsar site. And see here, the another thing which is mentioned here, Sakhya Sagar. It is the Ramsar site. Also, it was highly in news because it was declared as bird aggregation site also under the Ramsar. If you are aware about this, recently happened COP under this Ramsar. Okay. So it was highly in news. And if you will open the PIB about the Sakhya Sagar, if you put some, let's say Sakhya Sagar in the Google, the information about this site will open up and it will say it is located in this Madhav National Park itself. So Sakhya Sagar highly in news. Madhav National Park was highly in news. Location wise, Sakhya Sagar is inside this one, right? So 1 and 2 are correct. We are supposed to identify correct one, na? Yes. Third, if we see, it is the area which is shared between Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. So when you read about something, let's say like Tiger Reserve, you must have to see the location of that. And it is clearly mentioned, if you are aware about this tiger reserve, it is clearly mentioned that is only, it is located in MP, and the district, if it is Shivpuri district of MP, right? It is not shared with the Rajasthan. Third statement is wrong. Okay? If you are aware about third statement, let's say if you are fully aware about this third statement, can we eliminate some of the options? See here, if you are aware that it is not shared with the Rajasthan, then you could eliminate this D, and you can also eliminate this one. Okay, you are left with this two question, okay, two statement. So here both of them are correct, so answer would be B here. Okay, here I have given you the see here the context where many of the articles were coming in the let's say various newspapers. Madhav National Park, if you see this on PIB also, you will find easily this question. Next, now the question is, consider the following statements about Rhynchostylis retusa, that is also known as foxtail orchid. So this orchid, the statement is, number one, it is an epiphytic orchid. Yes, it is true. It is an epiphyte. It grows on the other plants. Yes, and this is the orchid species. It is true. Second, the species is endemic to northeast of India. Answer is no. It is also found in Western Ghat area. It is found in the northeast. It is also found in the states such as Odisha. So it is not endemic. What do you understand by endemic? Endemic means some particular species is exclusively found in a kind of one zone only and not anywhere else. Okay? They are also known as range restricted species, which are found in a particular range or area, range restricted species. So is this endemic to this northeast? Answer is no. When it is found in the Western Ghat, how it can be endemic to northeast? So this statement is not correct. We are supposed to identify correct, na? So if you are aware that second is incorrect, can we eliminate some options? So only option we are able to eliminate this one. Next, now it is the state flower of Arunachal Pradesh and Assam. This is also true. It is state flower of this two state. So 1 is correct, 3 is correct. Therefore, answer would be B. 1 and 3 are correct. Why it was in news? So many studies were conducted that some of the festivals, such as Bihu festival, if you are aware, where these flowers of the foxtail orchid are very essential part of their costume. So because of the high demand at the times of this festival, and this festival is also conducted somewhere around April. So it was highly in news that in this festivals, because of increasing demand of these flowers, this particular species may become, let's say, a kind of, let's say this demand may become a kind of threat to the very existence of this species in future. So many, let's say, the articles were there in the newspaper. So it was, I'm not saying very commonly it was in news, but because of this, all the things and studies, it was there. Okay. See here, it was on the Manga Bay. I know this is not the common newspaper which we generally read, but it was in news. You can see here, Bohag Bihu is the kind of festival where it is used heavily. Okay. Next question. It is about, if I read this question, see here, at the United Nations Ocean Conference, which was held in June 2025 in the France, FAO, that is Food and Agricultural Organization of United Nations, demonstrated its leading voice on marine and ocean issues, especially on sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, and resilient livelihood and blue transformation. And there they mentioned some of the strategies. And here they mentioned one word. The key word was 4 betters, right? So what is this 4 betters about? So this answer is, they were talking about better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life scenario. So they talked about this 4 betters in this particular meeting. Also, the same was mentioned. If I show you this here, if you can see here in the news where it is, in the FAO's website, if you see, here it is, the meeting was held in the Asia and the Pacific, and they have released this kind of document. In this document, if you can see here, it is written here, Blue Transformation Roadmap. So they have released this Blue Transformation Roadmap, and here it is mentioned about this 4 this betters. Okay. So it was in current, but not very commonly. Okay, this is the kind of strategy and the keyword that they have mentioned, which was not very much covered by the normal newspapers. However, if you have visited the sites of this, let's say, very important organizations such as FAO, UNCCD, WEF, because nowadays UPSC is asking the questions directly from their web pages. So if you are aware about the question that they asked lastly, that was 100 million finger initiative, something was the question. They have taken that directly from the website of WEF, which was largely not covered by many of the newspaper and magazines. So nowadays and earlier also, UPSC used to go to the direct sites of the this kind of organization. So in the FAO's organization, this was also mentioned. So here it is 4 betters refer to better production, nutrition, better environment, and better life. Okay. So this is, if you want to have some, let's say, guesswork up agar karna chahte the, so see here, something is given here about sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, and resilient livelihood and blue transformation. So something you can have this guesswork related to, ki there must be the production, sustainable fisheries, better production, they are referring to, better nutrition, sustainable it is, okay, and aquaculture is also mentioned. So guesswork maybe you could have attempted this one. I'm not saying it is easy question. It could have been attempted. Okay. Now see here. The next question is about which one of the following is the first Plan Vivo certified reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation project in India. Right. So this is RED Plus project. So India's first RED Plus project, it was Khasi Hills. Right. This is Khasi Hills, which was also managed by the communities. So Khasi Hills Community RED Plus project, it was given this status of Vivo. What does that mean? It means now it is helping in the sequestration of the carbon as well as the securing the, let's say, livelihood of the people. So it was given this status very recently. Again, I would say it was not covered by many of the newspapers. You must have noticed it was not there in the newspapers. However, in some of the areas, see here, directly from their website, we have taken this screenshot. I have taken this one, Plan Vivo it is. So on the website of Plan Vivo, it is mentioned that Khasi Hills Community RED Plus project is the India's first community-based RED Plus program, which have been accorded this particular title, right? So it is again a difficult question. If you were having some knowledge somewhere, you must have seen this about, you could have attempted, but otherwise it was difficult question. Next question. Consider the following statements with reference to India's response to climate change. Here the 3 statements are given. So India's long-term low emission development strategy is a crucial tool for achieving net zero emissions by 2070. This question particularly, I would say it is not very difficult. It is kind of moderate. Why? Because these things are very much covered in the classes. So for example, whenever we talk about Paris Agreement, right? In the Paris Agreement, the very important tool under the Paris Agreement is every country which is the party of Paris Agreement is supposed to submit the long-term low development strategy. That is how they are going to, let's say, come in line with the Paris Agreement related targets. So they are supposed to submit these strategies. India also submitted the same strategy. So here in this strategies, we are also going for this net zero status by 2070. You must be familiar about the Glasgow, where our Prime Minister said in the Panchamrit strategy that India will achieve this status of net zero by 2070. Yes. So this is our overall aim. Can I say the long-term strategy of development of India will definitely go towards this? Yes or no? Yes, it is easy. Okay, this statement is not very difficult. It is easy. Second statement, now see here. In the classes also, in the SFG also, you may have seen this question. It was about India's 4th biennial update report. And I remember specifically, we mentioned here in the classroom also that India has mentioned in this report, in this time period of 2020 and 2019, compared to 2019, India reduced some emission. So this question I asked in the class also. Do you believe that we must have reduced the emissions as we have mentioned in this fourth biennial report? So the answer was yes. Why? Because it was a COVID year, and here we have just put this figure. That is, in 2020 we reduced somewhere around, it is exactly 7.93% of greenhouse gas emissions we reduced in 2020 compared to 2019. It was mentioned in this report which was submitted by India and in this UNFCCC. Okay, so this statement is also correct, and we discussed this a lot in our class, this fourth biennial update report, if you remember. Then the next is first statement is true and second is also true. The third statement, that is climate resilient development is necessary. Climate resilient development necessarily depends on quick and short term achievements of emission. Quick and short term is not the idea. When we talk about climate resilience, how it can be quick time, or let's say shorter in duration and very quickly it can be implemented, it must be a long-term idea. Okay, so third statement is not the good one. Means it is, you can see here directly, quick and short-term achievements are not the part and parcel of this. Okay, so third statement will keep aside. Now see here, the questions have become slightly longer this year, lengthier this year. Here the statement number 1 is given. Statement 1 is empirically supported by statement 2. Do you think that this long-term emission development strategy is being supported by this one? Yes or no? Yes, we are reducing the emissions. Okay, we have shown that we are reducing the emission. So some way we are also supporting this net zero emissions of target of 2070. Yes or no? Yes. Statement third contradicts with the approach with mentioned in the statement 1. Yes or no? Yes. So here we are talking about long-term strategy, and here you are talking about what? Short-term strategy. So is it contradictory? Yes, this is also true. This is also true. Third, statement 1 and statement 3 together establish the premise of the long-term sustainability. Answer is no. This is clearly talking about short-term one. So answer therefore would go to 1 and 2 are correct and not the third one. Okay. So this question, if I say statements are doable. Again, doable when I'm saying means I'm considering you have the knowledge of this, let's say Paris Agreement and related this long-term development strategy submitted by India. When I say this, it is doable, I am considering that in the current affairs, you must have gone through this report, BUR 4th report. Specifically, this data were discussed in the classes, right? And the third one is clearly it is with general analogy also, you can see it is not about short-term and quick type of results. Okay? So it is doable. However, when it comes to this part, that is again, the analogy is there. First, you are supposed to identify the statements, then connect them together and then find out the answer. This is something which is very tricky. Okay, so in that way, the paper has become slightly difficult this year. Not slightly, it is difficult this year. Okay. Next one now. The question is about Hollock-Gibbon. So I'm reading this one. With respect to Western Hollock-Gibbon, which of the following statements are correct? So first statement is about this Hollock-Gibbon. That is, a sanctuary in Northeast India is home to this ape listed as endangered in the IUCN Red List. Answer is yes. The sanctuary's name is Holangapar, right? Holangapar Sanctuary, Wildlife Sanctuary, which is especially dedicated for what? This is dedicated for this ape. Okay? The only ape which is found in India. It is endangered. Yes, it is endangered. It is mentioned in IUCN's endangered list. So first statement is correct. Second, they have specialized brachiation and can easily swing between trees. They have this kind of ability where they have the long arms, okay? So they can easily move from one tree to another tree with the help of the branches. So they have this specific feature. Yes, this is also correct. Third one, they possess a strong and heavy build like gorillas. It is not true. They are the smallest ape category. Unlike this gorillas, they are smaller. Okay? So this is not true. They do not have this kind of strong and heavy build, this kind of gorillas, right? So this is the smallest one. They are the smallest one in the ape category. So this third is wrong. We are supposed to identify the correct one. Na? Correct one, yes. So answer here becomes 1 and 2. Okay. Next question now. And one more thing about the same question. Now, many of these species is the favorite area of UPSC. Every time UPSC is asking about the behavior of certain species, and especially those species which remain in news for some reason. This species of this gibbon was in news, hollow gibbon was in news. Why? Because see here, this is the tree, right? Now see here, some road is passing through and there is another tree here. So what happens is this hollow gibbon population was separated by this infrastructure and all. So there was one news, if you see, separated for decades by rail tracks. India's only ape species now gets bridges for the gap. We have created bridges over this railway line. This is the railway line and this was in news. Okay? And here you can see this is the only ape species which is found in India. So in this article, it was completely, the entire information was mentioned. So this was in news and asked by the UPSC. Okay. Now, this is again from the core of the subject. It is about mangroves. So the question says mangroves reduce tidal energy and store fresh water. Making them ideal site for paddy cultivation. It is not true. Mangroves, if you are aware, it is not about storing the fresh water and for the cultivation purpose they are. No, they are located in the intertidal zone. Essentially, there the water would be salty, saline, right? So not the fresh water. So first statement is not correct. Second, their salt sensitive roots. This you can see here. It is not they are salt sensitive, rather they are salt tolerant. Okay, you must be familiar with this species. It is salt tolerant, which can tolerate the salt content, and therefore it is found in the this intertidal zone, right? So this statement here itself, it becomes wrong. However, you can read the full one. Filter the seawater, making the mangroves key to convert the coastal land. So here this also goes wrong. We are supposed to identify correct one, right? Yes. Next one, by withstanding tidal surges and offering biomass resources, mangroves function both as natural bioshields and livelihood basis for the local communities. Answer is yes, this is correct. And you must be familiar with this very context. Often we narrate this story. At the time of this Indian tsunami, we have noticed in this areas of the Tamil Nadu, one coastal village was protected entirely by this mangroves. And then we learned the importance of mangroves, and we call them often the first line of defense. First line of defense. And this is biodefense against the coastal phenomena, right? Coastal flood, coastal storm surge and all this. Okay, so this is very basic of the, let's say, geography or environment concept. So here the answer would be 3 only, that is D. Next, which of the following statement with regard to arrival of Amur falcon at Doyang Lake in Nagaland each year from Mongolia is correct? So if I read this statements, the first statement says, that is, it showcases how sustained local conservation efforts can contribute to the arrival and protection of international migratory birds. So see here, why this particular bird related question has been asked. This is the Doyang Lake. Nearby there is village which is known as Pangati village, right? This village earlier was known for what? For hunting down this Amur falcon. But now this village has learned that these birds are so important for this area, and now this entire village has turned into a kind of restoration site for these birds, or the conservation related measures are being taken by this local people at this Pangati village in the Doyang Lake of Nagaland area. So this was in again news because of this reason. The village has turned into a conservation site rather than hunting site, right? So it comes into this area. Yes. Now see here, it showcases how sustained local conservation efforts can contribute to the arrival and protection of the birds. Yes or no? Yes, it is correct. It reflects the global success of advanced tracking technologies that guide migratory birds back to their stopover sites. Now, with the general sense or the common sense, you could see we cannot have, or as of now I am saying, we do not have such kind of technologies to guide the birds from where they are coming back to that particular area. We can track them, but how you can send them back to the again same areas where they started from? So it is very difficult. We do not have as of now the technology to guide the birds again back to their habitats, right? So this seems difficult, means the technology wise this seems kind of as of now impossible task. In the future may evolve, but as of now it is not true. Third statement, it confirms that Amur falcons have adapted to permanent residency in India. Now, if you are aware about this bird, they are not permanently resident in India. They are only sitting here. They are coming here for 2-3 weeks. Okay? So, if you see the route of these birds, let's say this is Mongolia or Siberian area, they start from here in order to avoid the harsh winters. They will come here. This is the northeast of India. Let's say here they will stay in this Doyang Lake area, right, for 2 or 3 weeks, and then again they will go where? They will spend this winter in South Africa, right? So we are just one halt or the one stoppage in their journey, and not they are permanent resident here. They are simply visitor. They are the migratory visitor. So third statement is also incorrect. We are supposed to identify the correct one. So answer therefore would be A only. That is, only one statement is correct. Moving ahead to the next question. Which of the following are the most significant implications of obtaining OCO tax certification for Airy silk in global textile industry? Now see here, this certification particularly, this certification is given to such, let's say, textiles which are, let's say, pollutant free or the toxic free, okay, rather than I will say toxic free, okay. Toxic free textiles are given this status. It is independent organizations which will give this status. Now see here, India has received this for this Airy silk. Yes, it is true. So what you can understand now, that Airy silk is something which is free from the pollutants, right? Free from the toxic agents or the elements. Now, as it is free from this toxic elements, now what would be the advantage for India? So for example, we are exporting this Airy silk into the other countries. With this status, particularly with this certificate, the other countries will see this as a kind of clean product, right? So now see here the first statement. It allows Indian exporters to compete in high-end markets that prioritize chemical-free products. Yes or no? Yes, we are competing. We are going to compete with such exports. Okay? Yes. Second, it confirms that Airy silk meets international safety, environmental and quality standards, enabling its entry into premium eco-conscious markets. Now see here, if you are aware about this silk formation, generally what happens is, this is the cocoon, the silkworm from the cocoon, it will be forced to come out when they are boiled alive. Okay? They are boiled alive. And with this process, when the cocoon, let's say this is boiled, the silkworm will come out, and this will result into what? Death of the silkworms. Now, because of this reason, it is considered as a bad strategy to make this silk come. When I'm saying bad strategy, means from the point of view of environmentalists or the ecologists, they consider this process as inhuman, right? Now, see here, Airy silk. It is also considered as, Airy silk is also known as peace silk. Peace silk. Okay, why peace silk? Because in this strategy, or also referred as vegan silk. Vegan silk. Because in this process of silk, when we are harnessing this silk, we are not harming this silkworm. They will be allowed naturally to come out from their cocoon. Okay? And we will not boil them alive. And therefore, this is known as peaceful silk, peace silk, or a vegan silk, right? And therefore it has been given this OECO tax certification, right? So this is, both of these statements are correct. With this, answer would become therefore C. Okay? Both of these statements are correct. Next, if you see, it is about Nirantar, National Institute for Research and Application of natural resources to transform, adapt, and build resilience. A platform of institutions. Many institutions are there under this Nirantar, right? Under the Ministry of MOEFCC. So this is itself under MOEFCC, and many of the institutes are there under this. Now see here, the statement number 1 says that ecosystem survey and analysis is the vertical under this platform, which is where the lead institute will be Botanical Survey of India, Kolkata. This statement is correct. So ecosystem survey and analysis will be dealt under this BSI. Okay. Second statement is research and management of ecosystem services is a vertical under this platform where the lead institute of it is Central Zoo Authority of New Delhi. So instead of Central Zoo Authority here, the answer will be this is Indian Council of Forest Research Institute, ICFRE, which is located in where? Dehradun, right? So here the second statement, it is not correct. Instead of ZSI, it is ICFRE. So second is incorrect. If we go, we are supposed to identify correct one. Na? So if I know the second is incorrect, can I eliminate some option? A, I can eliminate. C, I can eliminate. If you are aware with one, so one option only is there in the B. It means third statement is also correct. So here check the third statement. Capacity development support is a vertical under the, let's say, lead institute of Indian Institute of Forest Management, Bhopal. This is correct. It is also with the elimination technique, you could have reached to this answer, right? So this is the discussion of geography and environment. The questions were, however, slightly difficult side, but some of the questions were easier too. And this part I would agree, with moderate difficulty, the questions were more or less doable. Okay? I am saying with moderate difficulty. So thank you.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me.
Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims. And then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC 4 started at the same place. And again, I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है. And fortunately, it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also. And fortunately, I got the rank. तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था कि जिससे 11th 12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026 to 27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
So we just finished a discussion of geography and environment, and that was taken by Prem sir. Now the next subject that we are going to discuss is science and technology, and that will be discussed by Sakshi ma'am. So ma'am, kaisa tha paper? How was it? What's your first take?
Miscellaneous is growing, sir. मतलब the traditional subjects that we tend to see ना कि polity, economy पूछेंगे, those things are becoming simpler, but UPSC's expectations from the students has risen a lot. I also feel कि there is an inclination of at least this portion towards people who've written mains. तो सवालों में भी I'll say कि कुछ चीजें हैं जो हम मेंस के लिए पढ़ते हैं जो यहाँ पूछ रहे हैं हमसे, and the amount of detail that they're asking is a lot. And alarmingly we have ethics questions in prelims. So
It's good for you, no?
it's good for me, but we have to worry about the students. वैसा.
ठीक
तो-
है. So the preparation of prelims and mains has to go hand in hand. There cannot be a clear-cut separation. Anyways, what's your suggestion, like for the next year, those students who are going to appear for the next year? What should be the strategy related to science and technology, since the nature of question बहुत ही miscellaneous होता जा रहा है? तो कौन से sources refer करने चाहिए? किस तरीके से science and tech को approach करना चाहिए? क्या suggestion होगा आपका?
देखिए it's always been a current oriented subject. वो static के बारे में इतना नहीं हमसे पूछते हैं, but the exam is reflecting the times that we're living in. COVID times में biotech important था, war time में we have defense questions. तो it's very reflective of where the world is headed. Source की अगर आप बात करें तो इस पेपर को देख के तो यही लग रहा है कि भाई अब से हम PIB के notes, that is something that the students have to pay attention to. But overall, one of the key takeaways has to be कि UPSC is creating a paper which will break down predictions. तो अगर हम projection करके नए questions निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो that has to stop working. They are actually testing people on their reading abilities, on their analytical abilities again and again and again. So source diversification, PIB newspaper, very important for science and tech portion. Always has been, always will be.
So PIB, you're suggesting PIB and the newspaper. Through the PIB and newspaper will be able to cater science and tech. What about the problem generally students face related to NCRTs and the basic general studies, general science, which we are, जिसमें सेल वेल पढ़ते हैं हम लोग क्लास में, और एनोड कैथोड कैसे काम करता है, all these things we study. Total internal reflection, refraction क्या होता है, all these things we study. So is it like still, do you advise them to go through that 9, 10th and 11, 12th ka science and then approach science, or it's just purely science and tech information based or current affairs based science and tech we should be approaching?
Sir, देखिए, approaching science and tech only through current affairs has a fundamental difficulty because there's going to be a lack of understanding. सिर्फ current affairs को दूर से देख लेने से कुछ नहीं होगा अगर हम उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं समझ रहे हैं. फॉर एग्जाम्पल पहला ही क्वेश्चन होगा जो हम बात करेंगे, एक माइक्रो प्रोसेसर चिप के बारे में है. अगर हम सिर्फ ये इंफॉर्मेशन रटने की कोशिश करेंगे वो बहुत जंबल होगा दिमाग में. 9th and 10th is fundamental for people to be able to live their lives properly, and अगर वो नहीं करेंगे तो आगे का करंट अफेयर समझ नहीं आएगा. सो माय एडवाइस टू किड्स एक्चुअली विल बी कि आप उसको जल्दी खत्म कीजिए और इनिशियली मतलब करके बंद करके रख दो, उसको बार बार रिवाइज करने की जरूरत है. एक बार हो जाए तो
exactly.
करंट अफेयर्स रिवाइज कीजिए.
एक आइडिया बन जाए, then you can approach. You should be able, you should have that basic understanding कि भाई ठीक है क्या क्या चीजें होती हैं.
हाँ जी बिल्कुल.
ठीक है, क्रूज मिसाइल क्या है, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल क्या है.
बिल्कुल भी मतलब 10th स्टैंडर्ड तक ही करना है, उसके आगे का करने की जरूरत नहीं है. प्लस बायोटेक इज रिड्यूसिंग अ लॉट इन द नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस दैट दे आर आस्किंग अस.
कितने क्वेश्चन पूछे थे इस साल साइंस एंड टेक से?
साइंस एंड टेक से साइंस और मिसलेनियस मिला के 20-22 क्वेश्चन है
20-22 question. So
ऐसा
like is it following some particular trend or like there is a
the
quantum
trend is
change?
changed, it has increased.
It has increased. Science
जी,
and tech has
जी.
increased. Okay, ma'am.
Even in terms of the proportion within the subject, in before last year we were getting more of biotech, health, yes sir, but now we are moving towards energy security, defense, these things. And again with the current geopolitical crisis, that's all what we're living
Okay.
in.
So key takeaway from science and tech is that the basically whatever is happening in the world, that will also be reflected in the paper. So you have to keep an eye on the latest happenings. As ma'am said कि जैसे जब कोविड का टाइम था तो मोस्टली साइंस एंड नो मेडिसिन वाला जो विभाग है, जो डिपार्टमेंट है, बायोटेक और वो सब, उससे ज़्यादा पूछा था. अभी लड़ाई का युद्ध का समय चल रहा है. सो मोस्टली मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन यू विल फाइंड कि रडार सिस्टम से पूछा है, स्टील टेक्नोलॉजी, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल से, ये सब सारी चीज़ें पूछने लगा. सो ठीक है मैम. सो यू कंटिन्यू. आई हैंड ओवर द पोडियम टू यू.
Thank you sir. So my dear students, yes, the exam has been difficult, it has been unpredictable, but my work today is to help you figure out what are the questions that could be done, what were we supposed to think in the questions during the exam, and what exactly is the process of figuring out the answers, so that you're able to say ki, how much of detail was possible for someone to know, and how much of it is something that we have to have ballpark estimation. Apart from this, one thing that we have to remember is these tricks and generalizations that are often made, especially for science and tech, that the answer is going to be all of the above, that the facts are always wrong and things like that. All of those paradigms have been broken by UPSC. So let's look at these questions and we'll see what the strategy and the answer is to be. Okay. So the first question in this group is, which of the following statements about Dhruv 64 is or are correct? We are required to be able to identify what this Dhruv 64 is. It is the third chip fabricated under the DIR-V program with an overall aim to enable the creation of microprocessors for India. Now, this is true. It is the third chip. And the way that we have to memorize these things, one of the ways that I remember this is that, okay, that we have the just chip. And because of Durandar and everything, so just Kirat. So the just, we had 32, just 32. Then we had the just 64, and 3264 here actually meets the bit rate, right? So 8 bits, 16 bits, 32, 64, that's how. So then the next in the series is actually Dhruv 64, which we've been asked about. So this one is true, that it is the third chip. So yes, it's a unique fact, but it's true. DIR-5 program, V program is also correct. It is a microprocessor. It is a computer on a chip. That is what we're trying to produce here. It is India's first homegrown. Yes, it is the first homegrown 1 gigahertz 64-bit dual-core microprocessor. We have to realize that they're not saying that this is the first chip, but it's the first homegrown chip of these specifications. That means that they are asking us to interpret the question clearly. The statement can have different meanings, but we have to know that this is what they're trying to tell us. Okay, so that's why both these statements are correct. My answer becomes both 1 and 2 for question 44. As for the nature of the question, yes, this is a chip which is indigenous. CDAC is manufacturing it, but it was niche current affairs. Okay, so it's coming in from the awareness of this one particular chip. It is an instance, it is an example based question. So yes, fact heavy and current affairs based. Then, the Bureau of Indian Standards. Achha, again, another question that we are seeing in this set is one in which, okay, so another question that we are seeing in this set again is one which is asking for very precise information. Look at this. This new BIS standard recently introduced is for a national standard to test and assess bomb disposal systems. Okay? Which of the following statements are correct? It's known as IS 19445 2025. Now, looking at this in the exam and having the courage, the confidence to verify, whether or not it's correct factually, it is something which asks a lot of us emotionally. That conviction is required again from pinpointed current affairs. So when you're attempting this in the paper, let's hold this statement and let's look at the others. Let's see if we can, eliminate our way and logic our way out of this question. So pehle wala statement we may or may not know. it will improve interoperability of equipment across agencies. Now, this is a relatively generic statement. Matlab, if we are trying to dispose of a bomb, there you will have different agencies. You will have the police, you will have NSG, you will have CISF, different agencies who will be needed to work together. There, their interoperability will require for them to be able to communicate with each other. Having a BIS standard is going to help in that or not, right? So that's going to help. So this will improve. They're not saying it will change, but it will improve in some way. Interoperability of equipment across agencies. So this is something which I can accept. Then, it was developed by TBRL DRDO in collaboration with 30th Central Scientific Research Institute in Russia. Russia has to be consulted for us to figure out and create an Indian standard for how to deal with our bomb disposal. That is something strange. It is extreme, which is why I think that this statement was too much. I will have to eliminate 3. And then because 2 is so generic, I will have to pick C1 and 2. What I'm saying is that this question, despite on the first glance, it appears undoable. But this is something which could be done, right? The effort could be made here. So this is about the next question. Now, when I look at the next question here, again, very, very factual in nature. So we've been asked to match the semiconductor plants and the locations. So CG Power and Industrial Solutions in partnership with Stars and Renesas. This is in Gujarat. That is correct. This particular plant is actually in this thing. So this particular plant in Gujarat, Tata Semiconductor Assembly, Assam, yes. HCL Foxconn, Madhya Pradesh and Odisha. So Madhya Pradesh, this one is Jewar, UP. So what is happening is that, again, they're asking for very precise information here. But unfortunately for you, in this question, it is not possible for you to guesswork your way out of it. You need to know the facility and the location there. Okay? But semiconductor research and semiconductor mission, all of these things they've asked in mains prelims before. So a little bit of PYQ projection could be helpful here. Acha. The next question is about this. Which of the following statements with regard to India's indigenous new resolution weather model, the Bharat forecast system, is or are correct? So its objective is to generate forecasts at the panchayats cluster level. So when I was saying that, you know, all of these questions we have to start preparing from the POV of all of these PIB and current affairs types questions, I say that because when we have questions like this, what has been asked is that you need to know exactly what is happening in this forecast system, right? So the resolution of this is around 6.5 kilometers square, which is roughly the size of a village. So from that, we'll have to extrapolate that, yes, it's around the size of a panchayat. It's developed by IIT Delhi. No, this is actually IITM Pune. So again, they're asking for very specific information here, which makes this question a little bit difficult for us to attempt, right? The answer is 1 only because it was not IIT Delhi. The next question is about blockchain technology. Now, in a paper like this, when I see this question on blockchain technology, your preparation has to be such that it makes you happy. That, ठीक है, blockchain का answer we should be able to find out. So, records stored in the database may be made visible. There is a maybe here. May be made visible to the relevant stakeholders without the risk of alteration. That's true. So, in a blockchain, the information can be shared, but its authenticity is not compromised because everybody has a copy, right? So, the first statement is correct. Copies of the entire database are stored on multiple computers on a network, syncing within seconds. That's also true. It's a decentralized ledger in which there is a copy in every node. So second statement is correct. Then consortium blockchain is a blend of public and private blockchains allowing selective data access. This is actually a hybrid blockchain in which you have both public and private. Consortium blockchain actually is the type of blockchain which is made by, say, an organization for their own use, right? So that's why it won't be that public in that way. So statement 3 so far we think is wrong. Mathematical algorithms make it impossible to change or delete any data once recorded and accepted. So fourth statement I know is to be correct. Now, in the exam situation, even if you don't know about statement 3 being right or wrong, I have to know that 1 is correct for sure. So B can't be my answer. I also have to know that my answer has to have a 4. And because they don't have a 1, 3 and 4, this thing, 1, 2, 3 and 4 all together. So all of the above is not an option anyway, which is why my answer has to be C, 1, 2 and 4. Then let's look at the next question, the e-commerce model. This is a question which you would feel is mixed of both economics in the way that the world is operating right now, and also in the way that we see the internet sales and e-commerce platforms working. So I'll explain all of these models and we'll have to match and understand. So an e-commerce revenue model where the sellers has control over pricing but does not keep products in stock, but instead transfers the customer orders and shipment details to a third-party supplier who then ships the goods directly to the consumer. So what is happening here is that there is some person who has decided to become an online seller. Okay? Apart from this seller, there is another party, and usually this party is often, say, a distributor or somebody is operating in the brick and mortar market. So there will be a distributor who has their warehouse. Okay? And this is the second party here. This person may be usually running their own business in the market itself. But what happens in this particular model that they're describing is that this person in the blue, the seller, they collect orders online, right? So they may have an online reach, they may have an online store, and they'll collect orders. They just tell the owner, the warehouse owner, right, the second party, about what orders are there, and this seller will also give the logistics ka job to one of the logistics service providers, which means that the seller is not maintaining any inventory. The seller is not doing anything specifically, of in the way that traditionally the exchange will happen. But essentially what's going to happen is that they are asking for the logistics provider or the platform to actually pick up the product and deliver it. Okay? This is the model which has been described here. Now we have to see what the different options are. Drop shipping model, I'll have to reserve this because this is the actual answer. Then affiliate revenue model. You would have heard this on Instagram and the influencer pages. What they do is that they'll wear and show off whatever products that they're using, and then there'll be a link in the description that this is where you can buy this product from. And the way that they make money is by earning commission by anyone who uses their coupon code or their reference to buy the product. The influencer will gain a commission there. So that is the affiliate revenue model, which is not explained here. Then transaction fee revenue model. So this is the one in which you should imagine, say, all of these, food delivery apps, in which simply for them to be able to enable a transaction, right, for you to be matched to the restaurant, there will be a transaction fee which is there, right? So this is that. Agency revenue model is actually for these services, right? So if you're aware of these things in reality, then you may, in your general life, from there you may be able to extrapolate the answer. But traditionally, this is not something that a lot of students would be studying, right? So this is an e-commerce question, which is actually coming from our general awareness. The answer here is A, dropship. Then, which of the following statements is about insurance in aviation sector is or are correct? So this is in reference to the Air India accident that happened in the country. So how the insurance for the aircrafts and accidents are created. So select the answer using the given code. Following statements about insurance in an aviation sector. Aviation hull insurance. Hull, of course, of a ship, the body. So that's why it's giving us a hint that this is concerning the aircraft itself. So covers the physical aircraft, including the body, engine and the onboard equipment. Yes. Under the Montreal Convention, adopted in 1999 by over 130 countries. Again, a lot of detail in this statement, and those of us who are predisposed to not like factual information in the question, they may feel rejection to it, that array it's going to be wrong. But no, this is correct. Including Indian Airlines, including India, airlines are strictly liable to pay compensation to the family or nominee of every deceased passenger without requiring the family to prove fault. This is absolutely true. Both the statements are correct, and this is the sort of question which would be coming very naturally to people who would have watched the news with their parents this year. because when you listen to discussions and discourse about these ideas and these events and happenings, the conflict, the details of the issues, they come up, and that's why you'll be able to reproduce them in the exam. So that's why our recommendation is that you do current affairs consistently. The answer for question 61 is option C, both 1 and 2. Then, which of the following statements with regard to genetic medicine is or are correct? This is not a particularly difficult question, and it's one of the very few questions that we are getting from biotech this year. Okay? So this question should give you a sense of relief that in this I want to say catastrophic, but in this very, very unique paper of this year, I empathize with the students that, they'll be feeling like they've been attacked. So looking at this question in the exam, I hope that you felt a sense of relief that, okay, this is something that we can do. So with regard to genetic medicine, it's they correct or compensate for faulty genes responsible for the disease, very directly derived from the meaning of the technology itself. Engineered viruses and lipid nanoparticles. Lipid is fat and nanoparticles are the small fat particles, are used as the carriers of the genetic medicine, which is fair enough for us to accept. Genetic medicines alter the entire DNA sequence. This is extreme. This is absurd, and we know that this is not something that we would want to have as a medical intervention in someone's body if the entire DNA sequence gets changed. So that's why 3 has to be wrong, and my answer here becomes an easy 1 and 2 only, which means that this is one of the questions that I would want my students to ensure that they are getting correct. Question 67, another question that should give you a sense of relief with regard to large language models, which means AI, right? The sort of this thing, AI that we're using today. So LLMs are used in machine learning. Which of these are correct? So LLMs assign probabilities to the next possible words and then pick the one with the highest probability. That's true. That if I say my name, so the next word, LLM, what they do is they calculate the probability that in most conversations, in most English on the internet, what would the next word be, right? So that's why they determine the probability and they're able to find the answer here. LLMs process data through mathematical optimization to minimize prediction errors. This is also true. So they have this convergence methodology that different probabilities are there, and then they do maths to identify the one which is the most probable. The last statement, LLMs produce unbiased outputs. Not at all. The output is as biased as the input. So if on the internet there is, strong discourse, if the training material has an inflection, has a direction of inclination, because of that, the output will also have that bias. So my answer is only 1 and 2. And again, a question which should give you a sense of relief. Which of the following statements are correct with regard to stealth technology in the country? Stealth objects have a very small radar cross section and are coated with radar absorbing material. So yes, when I'm looking at the radar cross section, right, the stealth object will have a very small signature, right? So it won't be visible. Plus on the surface of the object, it will have this coating which will absorb the radar waves. Stealth objects can be detected using specific frequencies. So if the object is pretty small for the radar to identify, we can change the frequency, we can find a wavelength which will reflect off of that object, and which is why you can have that understanding. So see, this is the type of statement, this is the type of understanding that we were talking to you about in the beginning of this discussion. That if you have certain understanding of your basic fact, if you understand the concepts of frequencies and waves and wavelengths and how radar actually works, this statement 2, is something that you can deduce. All right. Stealth objects are coated with metamaterials to increase the scattering of electromagnetic radiation. I have 2 problems with this statement, and again, they are conceptual for me to realize. Number 1, if what we're trying to do is to ensure that the object is not visible in the radar, for that, I would want that when I send the signal to the object, this signal should get distorted. That signal should not come back. But if what I'm doing is I'm coating it with some sort of material because of which the scattering increases, because of that, this wave of radar which goes in will get scattered more, and that means that it is increasing the probability of me to be able to catch that signal. Again, If I'm coating the object, if I'm coating the stealth object with some material, and forget what meta material means, but any material which is going to increase the scattering of the input wave, that is going to make it easy to detect because more signals, right? So that's why statement 3 is logically wrong here, which is why my answer has to be only 1 and 2. All right. So again, this is a question that we could work on, and that's why it's protecting me from having to know what metamaterials are or not. For next year, metamaterials becomes a concept that you must study, right? So it's the new generation material through which we can have unique properties and highly engineered outputs. Which of the following statements with regard to black boxes used in modern aircrafts is or are correct? Another question on aviation. And interestingly, this is a question that I clearly recall discussing in AWFG of last year. Meaning that when we were writing answers for mains, we studied this a lot in detail. One of the things that points us towards this is, number one, you have to have a mains and prelims mixed preparation. The second thing is that current affairs for the prelims exam is very clearly T-2, meaning exam year minus 2 years. You have to know all of that. This is an example for that. So black boxes, they carry a beacon emitting red light pulses to facilitate underwater detection. Red light will not help underwater, but what it actually has, it has this sonic pulse generator, meaning it creates these sound waves in the water, and that is what the receiver has to identify. Right, so it's actually a sonic signal that is sent for this circumstance only, that if the aircraft parts have gone underwater, how do we identify? So this is going to be wrong. It's not light, it's sonic sound pulses. They record both the cockpit voice and flight data. Yes, we have the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. So yes, statement 2 is correct. Their memory units are made using either stainless steel or titanium. Please note, they're saying memory unit and not the memory chip. What that's actually linking towards is having a lot of armor and protection around the memory, so that no matter what the destruction, the explosion that happens, this memory bank is protected. So that's why it's reinforced with steel and titanium, either or, which makes it very strong and protected. That's why my answer becomes 2 and 3. Statement 1 was wrong because of the sonic waves. 2 and 3 is correct. The next question is about green hydrogen, another relief given question. Okay. So for green hydrogen, it is a decarbonized hydrogen obtained from natural gas reforming combined with carbon capture and storage. So hydrogen made with CCS is actually blue hydrogen. Green hydrogen actually means that it has been created using renewable energy, right? So electrolysis of water has to happen, and for that electrolysis, the electricity that is to be used, that should come from a source of renewable energy. So it's produced using electrolysis of water with electricity generated by renewable energy. Absolutely correct. National Green Hydrogen Mission of India aims for the abatement of nearly 50 million metric tons of annual greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. You need to know these details properly. This thing. National Green Hydrogen Mission says that they are going to create 5 million metric tons, and I'm saying create, of green hydrogen, and because of this they will be able to reduce 50 million metric tons of this thing, greenhouse gases. So both of these things you have to remember. If you get confused, you'll say that the statement is wrong, but absolutely statement 3 is correct. What they're saying is, by production of all of this green hydrogen, what we're going to be able to do is reduce the amount of greenhouse gases by 50 million metric tons, at least 50 million metric tons. So that's option 2 and 3 correct. This is something through which you can have a pre-YQ linkage. They've asked green hydrogen before, so that could be a link. But we are seeing an inclination of UPSC going towards the energy sector and defense. Consider the following statements with regard to the involvement of private entities in the Indian space sector. So what happens here is that the International Space Promotion and Authorization Center, InSpace, is an autonomous agency, correct? Formed to facilitate participation of private entities, absolutely correct. Agnikul Cosmos launched the first flight using 3D printed rocket engine. That's true. And interestingly, its name was Agni Ban, right? So it's Agni Ban, and Ban means like the arrow. Skyroot Aerospace has developed liquid fuel for GSLV. If we had a private company who's able to create a fresh fuel, rocket fuel no less, if we had that type of technology to create fuels altogether, then a lot of our energy problems would be solved. So this is not true. The liquid fuel is still at the liquid propulsion, liquid propulsion system center by ISRO. What Skyroot has been able to do is actually they're developing a launch vehicle. So statement 3 is wrong, factual in nature, and the answer is 1 and 2 only, because statement 3 was wrong. The next question was, which of the following statements with regard to drone swarms is or are correct? Now, there are certain times in which if you're simply able to be playful in the exam, if you're just able to think through, you'll be able to find the answer. This is one of those questions. You know that during Operation Sindoor, during one of the skirmishes, we had a lot of drone issues, right? We were fighting, this drone warfare is increasing. So drone swarms, you know, which countries are able to do. Now, they use terahertz band of frequency to communicate with the command center. Terahertz is a frequency that, see, me in the exam, this is what I would think, that terahertz is not a frequency that I've thought of so much. Okay, na? So I would think that this is some unique type of frequency that I don't really hear of so much. पहली बार सुना ऐसा, ठीक है? So if that is the case, if it's this special, so then I'm thinking, how can the enemy state have that? They don't have that type of technology. So this is a little bit alarming. Okay. The next, the individual drones in the swarm can communicate with the other drones in the swarm. Pehle to this is a can, and plus for the swarm to operate together, they have to have intercommunication. So statement 2 is correct. GPS spoofing is a commonly used technique to counter drone swarm attack. Yes, that we feed the wrong GPS coordinates, and that's why this won't happen. The only thing is about terahertz band of frequency, right? So statement 1 is what we have to eliminate, and 2 and 3 is where it's correct. All I thought was that if we've not heard of terahertz frequency so much, if India doesn't have it, how can the enemy have it? So through that, you could take that guess here, but yes, it's a risky guess. Next question was, which of the following statements with regard to Genome India project is or are correct? So again, a legacy question that has been asked. It is a part of the Human Genome Project. This ended in 2003 and it was an independent project. India Genome Project is actually about trying to decode the Indian diversity. So it's an indigenous separate project from the World Genome Project, Human Genome Project. So 1 is wrong. The project is funded by the Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. If not Department of Biotechnology, who else would fund it? So that is the sort of cross-questioning you have to have. This statement is correct. Its primary aim is to build a catalogue of genetic diversity of the Indian population, yes, so that we're able to see what are the different strains of genetics that we have in the Indian population. So the answer is to be 2 and 3 only. The next question is about the National Quantum Mission. It aims at developing intermediate scale, correct, quantum computers with 50 to 1000 physical qubits. So that is correct. And we've been asked to do this over the course of 8 years. Its implementation includes setting up of 4 thematic hubs, that's also correct, in academic and national R&D institutes across India. Both statements are correct. Yes, it is current affairs based, but National Quantum Mission is something, again, through the predictions of PYQs and mains preparation, you should be able to know this content. But yes, it is specific information, but a well-prepared student should be able to know this. Which of the following statements with regard to India's deep ocean mission is or are correct? So deep ocean mission, we want to worry about the not on the surface level of the ocean, but underneath. It was launched by the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India. Ports, Shipping and Waterways has to do with the surface of the ocean and the traveling of ship there. Submarines and the base of the ocean, that can't be Ministry of Ports. Matsya 6000 has been designated to carry 3 people for deep sea exploration. This is correct. The project that we are planning here is actually that the National Institute of Ocean Technology wants to send 3 people, just in the way that we send astronauts to space. We want to send 3 submariners to see what's at the bottom of the ocean. Samudrayan is a project under this mission. Absolutely. The answer therefore is 2 and 3 only. This is not the correct ministry, but the facts are right. Consider the following statements about mission Sudarshan Chakra. So listening to the Prime Minister's speech on Independence Day is important. For that is where the mention of this is coming from. There is a peculiarity in this question that I'd want to discuss with you. The rest of it is pretty straightforward. The mission Sudarshan Chakra. So it aims to enhance India's air defense and aerial offensive capabilities. This is true that we want to protect ourselves. We want to have aerial defense. That's true. Then this mission is being designed to enhance rapid, precise and powerful defense responses, reinforcing India's strategic autonomy. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to triangulate with the different forces so that if there is any type of threat, we are able to have strong protection for the Indian infrastructure. But it is statement 3 in which it is something that we have to identify and be a little critical. One of the aims of this mission is to cover all public places of India by an expanded nationwide shield by 2035. 2035 is fine, but one of the things which will irk you is the fact that we're saying all public spaces. So the actual terminology there is critical civilian and military infrastructure. So Sudarshan Chakra is trying to protect critical military and civilian infrastructure. This is what we're trying to protect. For this, it actually means critical civilian and military infrastructure all over the country. Right? So if we interpret all public places to mean that this critical infrastructure all over the country, then that's absolutely true. If you think that we're going to be it's about very microscopic coverage, then you could feel a dissonance. But what we've been able to say is that again and again in the discourse, in the announcements, the government has said that yes, it is all public spaces, because of which we are selecting this to be answer. The answer therefore is 1, 2 and 3. Another question from defense is, which of the following items of defense hardware is or are manufactured in India? I could also say, what are the things that we've taken technology from Russia and we're building on our own? So Sukhoi MKD fighter jets, is it made in India? Yes, it's made at HAL Bangalore. Then T90 MKD tanks, again, it is made in Chennai. It's made by India. The technology transfer has happened, but yes, they're made in India. Akula class submarine, no. This is a submarine that we have to get. The submarines that we make in India are from the Kalvari and the Arihant class, right? So that's why the answer here has to be 1 and 2 only. It is factual, but this is also legacy. Matlab, these questions and these references have been made in PYQs. So we have one PYQ basis question. But what they're asking us to do is to broaden our net of the awareness of the detail that we are being asked of. So again, I'll see more factual questions and you'll see how much minute details they start asking. Let's say specifically in this question, right? So we're coming to the miscellaneous portion of the exam now. Miscellaneous portion, the first question we have to talk about is this one. So about Nobel Prizes. At the first glance, this question is going to feel like this is something that we'll be able to do. But UPSC's expectations from us is getting very, very high, because when we see the options and the detail that they're asking of, then you'll see. So X is a person. So they're asking us to imagine a lot of things. Storytelling has begun in the miscellaneous portion. This person was born in the UK, was conferred the Nobel Prize in 2025. The fun thing is that all 4 of these people have been the recipient of a Nobel Prize in 2025 for different achievement, different subjects in different fields. He was a professor in the American university when this prize was announced. So now, not only do you need to know who won the Nobel Prizes, but we've also been asked about where these people are from, right? Where they're working and what their heredity is. So when I talk about Michael H. Deveray, he is sharing the prize for physics with the gentleman who's the answer of the question, but he is not from UK. He's actually from France. Now, some people would be able to see that, okay, Deveray is not a sort of surname which is common in the UK, but that's again asking for a lot of us. So this is wrong. Richard Robson, he won the prize for chemistry and he's Australian. So again, not from UK. John Clark is the answer here. Yes, he's born in UK, Cambridge. And then Joel Mokir also won the Nobel Prize this year, but in the field of economic sciences, and he's from the Netherlands. But the expectations are sky high here. Not only the Nobel Prizes, but the countries from where the Nobel Prize recipients are from and where they're working. So again, they're asking for a lot. Then the answer, John Clark. Next question was, which of the following statements with regard to the Grand Slam tennis tournament is correct? So what I feel about this miscellaneous question is that it's more to do with the personality of the aspirant. If you like sports, if you're interested in tennis, chess, these things. So you may have so much detail about it, but yes, it's a very specific question to ask. Also because the India angle is not very strong here. So the tournaments about Grand Slams, the tournaments have a shared governance structure establishing the partnership along the 4 Grand Slam tournaments. That's true. It's called the Grand Slam tennis, the infrastructure governing body. They are open for entry to all internationally ranked tennis players above the age of 14. This is not true because there are multiple criteria here. They consider the ranking, they consider the age, they consider the qualification matches, and then there's also the wild card system. So statement 2 is not true. There is a limitation on the number of wild cards a player may receive to compete in a Grand Slam tournament. Matlab, they're asking that, is it that the number of wild card entries that a player can receive, is that a restriction? No. The reality is that in a Grand Slam tournament, the number of wild card entries that exist, that is a limitation. How many times one player can get the wild card, that is not something which is fixed. So that's why only one is the correct answer, but it is a difficult and niche question for sure. The next question is about the film Boong, sorry. So the question on Boong, it's a very cute movie. It's in the Manipuri language, in which there's this young boy Boong who goes around looking for his father who'd left for some, he doesn't know essentially why his father had left. And with his friend, this boy has to go look for his father. So it's a reverse Finding Nemo type situation. But again, it is a film which was celebrated a lot because of its achievement, which is that it won the BAFTA, the British Academy of Film and Television Arts award in the Children and Family Film category, which is absolutely true. The film is directed by Lakshmi Priya Devi, which is true. This is the first Indian film to win a BAFTA award in the Children and Family Film category. Absolutely true. All 3 are correct. But what we are being told is that you should be cognizant of such monumental achievements of our people. Then, now this is the question in which we see a brand new pattern, a brand new day in UPSC Prelims, in which we see very, very long questions. We see case study type questions from ethics in our prelims, which is absurd for you. It is unique for all of us. So what we had to do was that we had to manage our expectations, we had to manage our reaction and deal with the question and figure out what to do, what not to do. The first advice that I have for this in terms of strategy is that instead of reading the whole thing, first you see what has been asked of us. Which of the following statements given above would contribute to the resolution process? And this is the resolution process that they've given us. Before reading the entire paragraph, you can read these elements here. So, a successful conflict resolution process must begin with acknowledging the cultural concerns of the protesting tribal community before discussing technical alternative, which is correct. That whenever there is a conflict between culture and development, you have to at least acknowledge the cultural idea. Whatever has to happen later, that is to happen later. So fine. The government should move ahead with the project without delay, which is giving us a sense of urgency that you take that step immediately. And if it is not done with the proper discourse, with the proper deliberation, then the statement is absolutely wrong, right? So project without delay to address urban health concerns which outweigh the sentiments of a small group. So we are actively saying that the needs of many are outweighing the culture, the feelings of the few, which is a strong statement. So 2 is strange. Creating a multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, including tribal leaders, environmental experts, and municipal representatives to build mutual understanding and help de-escalate tensions. So this is the part of the answer in which we are saying that, okay, we will have collegiality, people will come together and we will deliberate on the issue. This is something that we often tend to do for problem resolution. Conducting an independent environmental and social impact assessment, which is also seeming sensible, and sharing findings transparently with both sides to facilitate evidence-based decision making. So even before reading the case, I know that statement 2 is extreme, but statement 1, 3 and 4 is linking to the type of answer that we usually select here. And I can match here that what is my answer? Do I have an option of 1, 3 and 4 or not? Right? So this is for people who had no time at all to deal with this question. But the actual theoretical way of dealing with it, let's read the statement, read the case and figure out what they're trying to say. Normally, in any case study, we have 3 phases. We have the background setup in which they're telling us what the situation may be. Then they tell us what the event has happened. And then they tell us what the escalation and crisis is. So we'll see all 3 phases in this case also. So in a multi-ethnic district, meaning that the district that I'm concerned with has multiple ethnicities where both economic competition and historical grievances frequently lead to community tensions. Matlab, the background of the case itself, the place itself is such that yes, it is very volatile. There are different groups, there are different communities and they are always at odds. A flashpoint has arisen, an event has happened, an incident has happened with the government decision to allocate land for a waste management facility near a tribal hamlet. So the government has declared that we will have waste management facility here in this region, but this region is something which is a tribal hamlet. Hamlet means a small village. There, sparking protest by the tribal community. So that tribal hamlet, the people who were living there, they have come out in protest, saying what? They claimed that their land was sacred and critical to their cultural identity. So the problem is that the land on which this waste management system is, facility has been planned, that is actually sacred, that is actually critical to the tribe's identity. So this is a issue in which you're trying to create a waste management facility, garbage place in an area which is sacred and important to tribals. So it's very extreme. All right. Then at the same time, urban residents and local industries. So this is the second aspect of the case. So one group is the tribals, the second is the urbans. So the urban residents and local industries support the project, citing severe solid waste challenges and health concerns due to a proper disposal site. So the urban residents are saying that we don't have any place to deal with our garbage. So that's why they're saying that you start this facility very quickly. The conflict has escalated with road blockades, social media campaigns and allegations of police excesses. So here we are saying that no, now there is a lot of inflation, like the escalation of the event has happened. There's a lot of fighting going on. Now, as a responsible government official, so now they're talking about who you are. You are a responsible government official. You are tasked with resolving the situation. You have to figure this out through mediation. So this is a hint in the case itself that we have been asked to mediate, meaning collegiality is necessary, meaning we should have a talk. We should have different representatives and ask for their opinion. That is only through which mediation will take place. Ensuring a sustainable outcome. So when we've been asked to have a sustainable outcome, I cannot give a solution which happens quickly. I cannot give a solution which is only having a plaster on the surface and not solving the core of the issue, which is why I can't give the approval without delay. That balances environmental needs, tribal rights and urban public health. So again, because of these details of the case which have been mentioned, it is required of us to select an option in which there is deliberation, the answer has to be sustainable, and we have to mediate. That means I'm selecting successful conflict resolution process with acknowledging the cultural concerns, so that mediation has to happen, that we are a responsible government. Then should move ahead with the project without delay? No, because we have to have a sustainable solution. This is only a temporary solution. Then we have to create a multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, and we have to have independent assessment. So that's why my answer has to be 1, 3 and 4. Another case study question that we got in this year is a different one in which you've been asked to inhabit the persona of someone. Right? So let's see this case study, Miss X. And I like the fact that we are seeing women as the perpetrator here, the core, protagonist of the case is actually a woman. Okay, so Miss X is a mid-level civil service official, not senior, but mid. This has to come in important later. Civil service official working in the urban development department of a major city. Okay, recently she was involved in approving a contract for a public infrastructure project. So you had to approve a project. Just stop here and look at the options now. Which amongst the following should Miss X do now? Immediately disclose the information to the public committee and the public. That immediately whistleblow. Recommend removing the contractor from the shortlist to protect the project integrity, which from here I can deduce that the contractor is doing something fishy. And propose a limited disclosure to an oversight committee while keeping the information confidential from the public and the timing. Without reading the case, I can see that, okay, extreme, extreme, medium. So option C feels a little bit medium. So that's why this is the one I'm inclined to, and I will confirm while reading the case. So I was saying that you were involved in the approval of a public infrastructure project, which is a park. Please note, in both these case studies, the previous one was about creating a waste management facility. That is a big project. Here, what is happening is that you are approving the construction of a community park, which is not going to create any pollution or anything. But the issue here is about allegations of corruption only. So the urgency of your response has to be adjusted accordingly. So during the approval process, she receives a piece of confidential information. Please note, it's confidential information, indicating that one of the shortlisted contractors had a history of poor workmanship and allegations of corruption. You have to have the benefit of the doubt here. This contractor has a history of poor workmanship. He may have improved now. Then allegations of corruption which have not been proven legally. So we are not sure about this yet. The head of the department, Mr. Y, advised her not to disclose this information to the project committee. Now, what are the reasons that he's giving? Because it could delay the project and damage the city's reputation, which are not good values. These are not good reasons to not share the information. However, Ms. X believes that withholding such information compromises transparency and public trust. So these are bigger values that we would want to protect. Okay, so that's why it makes sense that we would want to share the information. The sensible thing to do here is, because it is confidential information and because we have to give the benefit of doubt to the contractor also. Maybe they have improved or maybe his allegations are found to be untrue. There needs to be investigation. And as a mid-level civil service officer, perhaps Miss X would not have the resources to conduct this investigation. Who can do the investigation? The authority, right? The project committee can do the investigation, which is why I would want to have this limited disclosure to an oversight committee who can investigate the credentials of this contractor. And that's why I don't want to disclose this information to the public, because it is confidential information. Do we see? So the answer can be deduced. The only problem here was that we hope that you had the time in the exam to arrive at this question. The next question I have to discuss, and the last one from me, is which of the following pairs is not correctly matched? The Indian Army Corps and the headquarters. We have 3 from the Eastern Command and 1 from the Northern Command. So 3 corps in Dimapur, that's correct. Corps 3 is coming from Nagaland, Dimapur, correct. 4 corps in Tezpur, this is Assam, that's also correct. 14 corps in Leh, this is the Northern Command, this is also correct. But 33 corps in Srinagar, this is not true, this is actually Siliguri in West Bengal. So this is one of the things that we're seeing, that we are getting very, very factual, very specific static CDS type questions in our prelims every year. Last year we had the hierarchy and title question, and this year we have this about the headquarters. Yes, it is very factual. Yes, it is difficult to guess, but there are, if you knew, you could solve it. Purely factual, guesswork not possible. But we're able to see a trend here that defense is rising. This is all from me for this section. Again, to reiterate, what is it that we are required to do? We are required to trace the current affairs. We are required to have an open mind to the pattern, the type of questions that we're getting. We must be able to read the questions carefully and understand our skill set. I really wish and hope that you were able to work well in this exam. I wish and pray for your better result. That's all from me today. Thank you.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me.
Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims, and then, sir, the same schedule for mains FRC4 started at the same place, and again I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, आई विल डू इट, सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है. एंड फॉर्चुनेटली इट वर्कड अगेन. देन आई स्टेड देयर फॉर इंटरव्यू आल्सो, एंड फॉर्चुनेटली आई गॉट द रैंक.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था, कि जैसे 11th 12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then, ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
%65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026 to 27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
So we discuss about science and tech, and the next subject that will be discussed, we are going to discuss is economics, the most important one. And today we have Basawa sir. He will be discussing economics. So sir, before starting the discussion, I would like to know what is the trend which you have observed in this paper, and from the previous ones. Is there any significant change or kind of departure from the topics which UPSC have been asking and they have shifted? Any remarkable change?
If you see, generally around 15 to 20 questions are asked from Indian economy, and this time also they had 18 questions from Indian economy.
So more or less same.
More or less the weightage for the Indian economy has remained same, unlike for a subject like polity. In terms of weightage given to different pillars, banking and finance consistently has been getting the highest weightage. So this time also out of 18 questions, 9 questions were from banking and finance.
Banking and finance.
So in terms of overall weightage to Indian economy as well as the weightage to different pillars within the Indian economy, the trend has continued to remain same as the previous year.
Previous years.
But change has been observed with respect to nature of questions. If you look at the weightage to current affairs, on an average, the weightage to current affairs is somewhere around 45 to 50%. Like out of 18 questions, we may expect around 9 to 10 questions from current affairs.
So like those these questions require some kind of technical knowledge or like conceptual clarity, or just from the current affairs we can do
current affairs plus static.
Plus static.
Current affairs plus static.
Plus
But this
static.
time what has happened is there were hardly 4 questions from the static part. Out of 18 questions, almost like 13 to 14 questions were from current affairs.
From current
So it
affairs.
was current affairs heavy that way.
So, what's your suggestion to the student who will be appearing next year? What should be the strategy? Do they require to change their strategy or anything new which they can add in their arsenal?
So one thing is for sure, because economy is a dynamic subject, you cannot jump to current affairs directly without studying the static part. So you need to be very thorough with the static part. Only then you'll be able to comprehend the current affairs.
Current affairs.
And within the current affairs also, what we have observed is the focus has been on certain unconventional current affairs topics. Like generally students tend to rely on monthly current affairs magazines for their current affairs related to Indian economy. But if you see this year's current affairs question, like there was one question about M1 exchange, or there was a question about drop shipping. These are the kind of topics which we generally don't come across in the current affairs magazines. But these topics had appeared in various business related newspapers for Economic Times or Business Line, etc. So the suggestion to students is to prepare for the current affairs, it is best to rely on the newspapers rather than on the monthly current affairs magazines.
Like casual reading on newspaper also sometimes may help.
Exactly,
especially.
exactly.
Any other, apart from the classroom lectures, any other source which you like to refer? These are the things which we
so
can...
fortunately, like there were 18 questions, and fortunately out of 18 questions, 9 to 10 questions were covered in our current affairs classes.
Current affairs classes.
In the ForumIAS current affairs classes, plus the rapid revision classes also we covered a number of topics. So what I think is, even though the students might find the economic top section to be unconventional, if they had gone through the current affairs sources, or for that matter the rapid revision classes, I would say easily they would have answered around 10 to 12 questions from our sources.
Okay. So with these words, I would like to hand over the podium to the sir, and sir will take you forward in the direction of economics, questions of economics. Thank you. Yes,
Thank you, sir. Okay, let's start with the discussion of the questions related to the Indian economy. First and foremost, let's look at the general trend with respect to Indian economy. See, as I said, generally around 15 to 20 questions are asked from the Indian economy section. Even in this year prelims also, we had almost around 18 questions from the Indian economy. Apart from that, if you see among the different pillars, the pillar which has been getting the maximum weightage is banking and finance. The same thing has happened this time also, where out of 18 questions, 9 questions were asked from banking and finance, which is almost 50% of your overall weightage to the Indian economy. What has also happened is, there were almost 6 questions related to government schemes or policies. For example, there was a question on National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture. There was a question on Sagarmala initiative. There was a question on where all semiconductor manufacturing plants are located in India. So questions have been asked with respect to initiatives in agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, and so on. Further, there was one question related to public finance, and that was a very easy question related to the crowding out effect. And there were 2 questions related to the core concepts. One was a relatively easy question related to multidimensional poverty index, and another was relatively difficult question related to the e-commerce model of drop shipping. Surprisingly, this time there was not a single question related to the external sector as well as the international institutions. With respect to the questions which are asked, as you can see here, I have highlighted as to from where the questions have been asked, the topic name, whether it is static or current affairs, what's the difficulty level, and if a question is related to current affairs, why was that particular question asked. Now for that matter, if you look at all those questions, like I was talking to you before as well, out of those 18 questions, you can see just around 4 to 5 questions were related to the static part. Rest of the questions are related to your current affairs, which goes on to show that for the next year prelims, your focus should be more on the current affairs part. But obviously, You cannot focus on the current affairs without focusing on the static part. So you need to integrate the static part with the current affairs. You can also see as to why a particular question on current affairs has also been asked. Let's start with the discussion of our first question. The first question related to banking and finance was on which one of the following correctly represents the three key sub-indices of the Financial Inclusion Index of the RBI. Why was this question asked? Number one, in December 2025, as you can see, the RBI released the National Financial Inclusion Strategy 2025-2030. That is reason number one. Second reason, RBI publishes the Financial Inclusion Index by taking into account certain parameters. But it is being said that those parameters do not actually capture the essence of financial inclusion. As you can see, this was an article in Business Standard dated Jan 2026. And in the UPSC Prelims, exactly the same question was asked as to which indices are used to measure the Financial Inclusion Index. Now, this is a topic which we had covered in the Prelims Rapid Revision classes of ForumIAS. As you can see, these are the important initiatives of the RBI. And you can see here, Financial Inclusion Index is based upon three sub-indices. Number one is access to financial inclusion. When I say access to financial inclusion, basically we're talking about access to bank account, access to insurance, pension, and so on. Second one is how frequently people are using these financial services. And the third one is with respect to quality of service delivery. By taking into account these three parameters, RBI publishes the Financial Inclusion Index. Now, this is what was covered in the revision classes. So you can see the right answer to this question is C, that is access, usage, and quality. Let's go to the second question. The second question is with respect to what exactly is the difference between UPI, Unified Payment Interface, and central bank digital currency. Now, with respect to what exactly is the difference, even this topic was covered in our current affairs class. As you can see, what exactly is the difference between the two? The fundamentally most important difference is you must understand that UPI is a payment system. UPI is not a money, it's a payment system. Whereas CBDC is a soaring currency, just like your physical notes or the coins. So when you read the first statement, it's a real-time payment system, whereas digital rupee is similar to the soaring paper currency. Second statement, see, in case of UPI, because UPI is linked to your bank account, so whenever you make payment using UPI or whenever you do a interbank transfer, money is actually getting transferred from one bank to another. Because the money is getting transferred from one bank to another, in case of UPI, there is always a need for interbank settlement. Whereas when it comes to CBDC, because it's a currency, digital currency introduced by RBI, there is mere transfer of CBDC from one wallet to another. There is no need for interbank settlement in case of CBDC. So when you see the second statement, in case of UPI, settlement for end users happens instantly, whereas in case of digital rupee, there is no need for settlement. Because in case of UPI, you are making a payment from your bank account, UPI transactions get recorded by the banks. So they get recorded as bank either as debit or credit. But in case of CBDC, there is no bank statement because it is merely a transfer of token, digital token from one wallet to another. Because you are required to find out what is not correct, the right answer to this question is D. Why D? Because you must understand that digital rupee is actually a liability for RBI. In fact, this is something that you should have known from the PYQ, which was asked in Prelims 2024. So because of this, the statement D is incorrect. Let's move to the next question about tokenization of real world assets. This question was asked because in October 2025, the Reserve Bank of India launched Unified Market Interface, UMI, in order to tokenize the financial assets. What is the meaning of tokenization? Let's try to understand this concept and then we'll come back to solve this particular question. See, let's see what happens when you do a trading of financial assets right now, present system. So let's say you have ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank is transferring or selling some financial assets like government securities, bonds, commercial paper, etc. to HDFC Bank. When ICICI Bank sells these financial assets to HDFC Bank, in return, the HDFC Bank will transfer money to ICICI Bank. It is being said that there are certain fundamental problems in this system. For example, there is delayed settlement of T+1, which means that HDFC Bank will get this financial assets only after 1 day and ICICI Bank will get money only after 1 day. So that is a delayed settlement. Because of the delayed settlement, there is a liquidity concern with respect to ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank will not get money on time. And always there is intermediary involved in such transactions, right? That is the present problem. So it puts a burden on the intermediaries. So what actually happens is, government has created open APIs, application programming interface. Example is you have UPI, which is an API, or for that matter, ONDC, Open Network for Digital Commerce. Similar to that, RBI has created a open API called as Unified Market Interface for tokenizing financial assets. What actually happens here is this bank, rather than selling the financial assets directly, it will convert the financial assets into digital tokens. These digital tokens are then transferred from one entity to another using the blockchain technology. So when you see the first statement here, tokenization is a process of turning real world assets into digital tokens using blockchain technology. It is right. And what actually happens? In return, the bank will sell this particular wholesale CBDC, right? It will transfer wholesale CBDC. So what's the benefit of this interface? For example, it will help us in instant settlement. There is improved liquidity and there is peer-to-peer transfer. But this is a topic which is specific to unified market interface, right? But if you see the question asked in UPSC Prelims, it was not specific to unified market interface. It was a general question about tokenization of assets. So in general, when we say tokenization of assets, what can happen is even the retail investors in future would be able to invest in real world assets using these tokens, digital tokens created through blockchain technology. So that is why, it will offer access to investors and thus promote financial inclusion. These assets will allow access to high growth investment opportunities. You must understand that this is something which is still evolving, right? This is an evolving technology. You should not answer this question based upon what unified market interface is doing right now, because the question is not really about unified market interface. The question is about tokenization of real world assets. It is the potential benefits in future. Because it is talking about potential benefits in future, the right answer to this question should be 1, 2, and 3. Hope it is clear to everyone. Now coming to the next question, the question here is about a specific type of bond. It says a bond whose proceeds are used only to finance or refinance combination of both environmental and social projects is called. Now if you see this particular topic, you have blue bonds. Blue bonds will focus on blue economy. Yellow bonds will focus on solar energy projects. Then we have green bonds also. Green bonds will focus only on the green energy. So if you look at the options here, green bond will focus on environment. Social bond will focus only on social projects. Sovereign bond is simply a bond issued by the government. So obviously the answer cannot be A, B and D, right? So the right answer to this question would be sustainability bond. It's quite an easy question. You could have got the right answer by using the power of elimination method. Now coming to the next question. The question is about a particular platform called as M1 Exchange. Now what is this M1 Exchange? M1 Exchange is simply a trades platform. All of you must have heard about the trades platform, which provides for discounting of invoices by micro, small and medium enterprises. This M1 Exchange, which is a trades platform, was in news in Feb 2026 because it has crossed 1 lakh crore in transactions. Apart from that, this M1 Exchange was also in news because it had planned to come out with IPO in June 2025. So rather than asking a generic question on trades platform, UPSC asked a very specific question about a trades platform called as M1 Exchange. As you can see, this was something that was covered in our current affairs class as well, where it was discussed that presently there are 5 trades platforms. These 5 trade platforms include RXIL, Receivables Exchange of India, InvoiceMart, M1 Exchange, C2 Trades, and now we have the 5th trades platform called as DTX. So based upon this information, if you go to the question asked in UPSC Prelims, the M1 Exchange does not provide for collateral based loans. It does not act like a credit rating agency, but it facilitates discounting of invoices. Right answer is 2 only. Next, coming to the next question on crowdfunding. When you look at the concept of crowdfunding, it was in news in the year 2014 because in that year SEBI had come up with a consultation paper on crowdfunding. Apart from that, recently also the crowdfunding platforms was in news. It was in news because of the fact that, you know, people in India, they sometimes suffer from certain rare diseases. And the treatment for such rare diseases may run into crores of rupees. People might not be able to spend that much money on their own. So they try to get that money from multiple people through crowdsourcing platforms. So this crowdsourcing platform was in news in September 2025. So let's understand what is this crowdfunding. It is directly from SEBI's consultation paper. When we say crowdfunding, as the name suggests, you need money. That money you can get it from multiple people, small investors. And that money which you get from multiple investors, you can use it for multiple purposes. For example, you can use it for social lending or donation. Like I said, if people are suffering from certain rare diseases, if people need money, they can log into a particular crowdsourcing platform, crowdfunding platform, and for there they can get the money. Then we have something called as reward crowdfunding. Reward crowdfunding basically means that, you know, you are providing capital to a particular company. In return for that particular capital, the company might give you certain product which it may develop in future. Example is, let's say there's a company which is developing a unique smartwatch, and people might provide that funding to that particular company. Once the company develops that particular smartwatch, people will get smartwatch in return for their funding. So you get a reward in the form of a product for the funding that you provide. Or P2P lending platforms like we have in India, where one person can lend money to another person. These are essentially the NBFCs which are regulated by RBI. Similarly, in India, we have SME platforms in both BSc as well as NSC. Through these SME platforms, companies which are very small, they can raise capital from multiple investors. And what is unique about this platform is they can raise capital even without an IPO, initial public offer. These are some platforms on the SME platform. So going back to this question, crowdfunding is solicitation of funds from multiple investors. It is right, which can be done either through web-based platform or social networking site. And small and medium enterprises are able to raise funds at lower cost without undergoing rigorous procedures like IPO. It is also right. Answer is both 1 and 2. Now the next question is about match the following in terms of committees. If you look at the 4 committees, there is one committee which is perfectly wrongly matched, and that committee is Urjit Patel committee. You all know that Urjit Patel committee was not with respect to the reforming bank lending to the housing sector. Rather, Urjit Patel committee was a committee which suggested setting up of monetary policy committee. That is why third option is wrongly matched. Go by elimination. You can eliminate 2 and 3 and 1, 3 and 4. You are left with 2 only and 2 and 4 only. Now when you see the first option, RN Malhotra committee, RN Malhotra committee was a committee which gave recommendation for reform of the insurance sector. But it was not set up under IRDA. Rather, this was a committee which recommended setting up of IRDA. That is why the first option is wrongly matched, and the right answer to this is 2 and 4. Now this is a very static question about NBFC sector in India. This is something which I guess all the people must have answered it. Now if you look at the difference between NBFC and bank, you can see the first difference. Banks can accept both demand deposits as well as fixed deposits. But when you look at NBFCs, NBFCs cannot accept demand deposits. NBFCs can accept only the fixed deposits. So the first statement here is right. All the NBFCs operating in India have to be registered with RBI. This is wrong. You know, there are different categories of NBFCs, and different category of NBFCs get registered with their respective regulators. For example, you have stock brokering companies. Stock brokering companies are regulated with are registered with SEBI. Chit fund companies are registered with the state government. Nidhi companies are registered with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That is why the second statement is wrong. NBFCs form part of payment and settlement system. As you can see, banks are part of payment and settlement system. NBFCs are not a part of payment and settlement system because NBFCs cannot issue their own checks. So the third statement is also wrong. Apart from that, you can see that the deposits that you keep with the bank are insured, whereas the deposits that you keep in NBFCs are not insured. So the right answer to this is 1 and 4 only. Now coming to the next question. The next question is about the insurance in the aviation sector. Now this was a question which was discussed by Sakshi ma'am already as part of the science and tech as well as miscellaneous. But I just wanted to tell you that this question was asked in the context of the aviation disaster which happened in Ahmedabad. And in that particular context, as you can see in Indian Express, there was a specific article on the Montreal Convention which was asked in this year prelims examination. So when you see this question, the right answer to this question would be both 1 and 2. Now look at the next question. The next question is about Vizhinjam Port. This question was asked because, as you can see, in May 2025, Prime Minister Modi launched this, inaugurated this deep water transshipment port called as Vizhinjam Port in the state of Kerala. Now, what is so unique about this particular port here is this port is a natural deep draft port, and it is going to reduce our dependence on foreign transshipment ports. This port is not going to primarily focus on passenger cruise tourism, or it is not going to exclusively focus on domestic cargo. It is basically India's transshipment port. That is why the right answer to this question is 3 only. Now coming to the next question. The next question is about ONDC. It's a very easy question. You know, ONDC is simply a open API which has been developed by Ministry for Commerce and Industry in order to break the dominance of the large e-commerce platforms. So this is an easy question. And as you can see, this was in news in December 2025. Now the next question is about critical minerals. And this was in news because the government had launched the National Critical Minerals Mission in Jan 2025. With respect to critical minerals, what you must know is rare earth minerals are a group of 17 elements. But if you see here, it says that rare earth minerals are a set of 13 metallic elements. So obviously this is wrong. This rare earth minerals, they are used in the advanced industries, like they are used in electric vehicle industry, drones, renewable energy sector, and so on. That is why you can see the first statement here is right. China has the largest share in the mining of rare earth minerals. Obviously this is right. Largest producer of rare earth minerals is China, followed by US. But here it says followed by India. Obviously it is wrong. Government of India has launched this mission in 2025. Yes, this mission has been launched in the year 2025. So the right answer to this question is 1 and 3 only. Now coming to the next question on Sagar Mala. Sagar Mala, everyone must be knowing, it's one of the major flagship program scheme of the government for the port modernization. So when you see the first statement, the Sagar Mala seeks to achieve port-led economic growth through cost-effective and sustainable coastal infrastructure. It is right. The success of Sagar Mala is reflected in significant growth in the coastal and inland waterways. According to Press Information Bureau, the coastal shipping, because of Sagar Mala, in the last 1 decade, the coastal shipping has registered 100% growth, and inland waterways has registered almost 700% growth. So the second statement is right. Sagar Mala 2.0 is basically a global maritime innovation, basically to align itself with Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. So all the 3 statements are right. Now let's see the options here. Statement 2 validates the effectiveness of strategies envisioned in statement 1. So statement 1 talks about strategies, that is cost effective and sustainable coastal infrastructure. Because of these strategies only, there has been significant growth in coastal and inland waterways. Statement 1 is right. Statement 2 says statement 3 extends the objectives of statement 1 by embedding them into future oriented innovation framework, which is right. The future innovation framework is Atmanirbhar Bharat and Viksit Bharat. Both these 2 statements are right. So the right answer to this question is 1 and 2. Now this was a question which has already been discussed by Sakshi ma'am, but I just want to tell you that drop shipping was asked because this was in news in ET. Economic Times in March 2025. And as rightly explained by Sakshi ma'am, the right answer to this question is A. Now this is a question about multi-dimensional poverty index. The reason why this question was asked because India has been able to pull out almost 25 crore Indians out of multi-dimensional poverty. And you know that there are two types of multi-dimensional poverty. One is global multi-dimensional poverty and the other one is national multi-dimensional poverty. Both the multi-dimensional poverties are calculated using Alkire-Foster methodology. What happens in this methodology is we take into account three dimensions, which is health, education and standard of living. And within these three dimensions, in our national MPI, there are 12 indicators, whereas in global MPI, there are 10 indicators. The two extra indicators in the national MPI are bank accounts and antenatal care. These are the two additional indicators which are in national MPI but not in the global MPI. So, if you see, the first statement is right, the second statement is right, but the third statement is wrong. Answer is 1 and 2 only. This is a very easy question. Which of the following best describes the crowding out effect in the context of fiscal policy? Crowding out effect basically means that if the government ends up borrowing too much money from the market, in that particular case, less money will be available for the private sector to borrow. If private sector has less money to borrow, automatically the rate of interest on loans will increase, and hence this will discourage the private sector investment. So the right answer is a situation in which government borrowings leads to higher interest rate, which reduces the private investment. That is where we come to the end of our discussion. So as pointed out by me before, this year's paper was mostly oriented towards current affairs. Out of 18 questions, almost around 13 to 14 questions were from current affairs. So the right strategy would be to first complete your static part, and once you complete your static part, then integrate the current affairs. And for the current affairs, please regularly read newspapers. Newspaper reading is must because that will broaden your horizon, and you will have a much better understanding of the Indian economy. Thank you so much for watching.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me.
Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims, and then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC4 started at the same place, and again I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है, and fortunately it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also, and fortunately I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद ये इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था, कि जिससे 11th-12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribe to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है। मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ। मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ। मैंने एमबीबीएस और मास्टर्स कर रखी है। मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ। ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है यूपीएससी सीएसई 2025 में।
CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026 to 27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IAS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
Now we'll be discussing about the Polity and IR section. And we have already covered science and tech, economics, then geography, environment, all these topics we have already covered. And we are left with a few more subjects such as modern history, ancient medieval history, art and culture, then IR and polity. Okay. So today we have Kanish Tomar sir. He will be taking polity.
Hello everyone.
Okay. So sir, आगे बढ़ने से पहले जब तक आप डिस्कशन शुरू करें, just बहुत briefly let's give us the insight, the bird eye view of the polity and the nature of the questions those were asked in polity section.
First of all, my sympathies to all the people. They have been, I would say, butchered also in a way. It has been a surprisingly difficult question, and they have gone in too much detail for every subject, I would say, most of the subject. From polity section, I would say it has been a slight breather also. In between, there have asked some basic questions also. But in polity also, from current affairs, if they ask questions, they have gone in very much details also. And I would say that it has been instrumental for the people who have been very sincere in their curiosity quotient also. So it has been easy for them. If you have, for example, let's say the question about CBI. So if you have gone for each organization, be it national or international organization, and gone to their website and see about us page, they have exactly picked up those lines from there. Exact lines. So life would have been easy. Again, if you have been a little curious also, and the people who have been curious are being rewarded also. At the same time, I would say, not an easy paper for the people who are going into the details, especially the current affairs detail. Then it becomes a little easier, if not a cakewalk for them. Specifically, if you are doing PIB and note taking each pointer. For example,
PIB was really very important.
Very instrumental.
Economics also, the science and even science and tech also, the type of question we generally ask, they're very straightforward, very factual, very minute.
Very manual, and they're playing with the ears, they're playing with the
they're
words.
playing with everything.
For example,
they're
AI
playing.
Summit, they just changed the name of one of the sutra. They, for example, Act, which was implemented right of person with disabilities Act, they just changed the year from 16 to 18. So you have to be vigilant also while attempting, and of course while preparing.
So what's your suggestion, like how we should be approaching the subject like polity and IR?
Again, as I said, for the people who are going to attempt it next year, freshers also, I would say be very vigilant about current affairs, go into the minute details. Sir, for prelims, again, as I was listening, you were saying that we have to prepare for mains and prelims simultaneously. You cannot differentiate that anyway. So while preparing for pre and main simultaneously, you have to keep a check on factual knowledge through PIB and the analysis of that from newspapers, the articles.
Newspapers.
So note taking has to be the key, be it let's say soft copy or hard copy, but you have to sit on table and spend some time. And again, because this is the era of AI, so UPSC has taken it head on and maybe has been emotional about it also, right? So it is time that you sit on table also and take care, apologies, take care of the things, the minute details which are required.
So, like, apart from the classroom lectures and the standard books which we study, so what are the other sources which we can refer to इस सब्जेक्ट के लिए, चाहे पॉलिटी हो या आईआर हो, मतलब कि किस तरीके से सब्जेक्ट को हमें अप्रोच करना चाहिए इन कमिंग इयर्स, क्या माइंडसेट होना चाहिए, बिकॉज अप टिल नाउ वी हैव बीन गिविंग emphasis on the constitution का जो भी मतलब लक्ष्मीकांत है, जो भी हम standard books पढ़ते हैं classroom lectures से, generally we emphasize on those fundamental right, DPSP, this thing, that thing, who know how president function and governor, this thing, that thing. But we have seen some major departure from the standard topics which UPSC have been asking. There is a change, and how we can modify ourselves, modify our study in order to fit with the changing dynamics of the paper.
I would say there might be departure of topics, but there cannot be departure of the core resources.
Core resources.
With core resources, as I said during all the test discussion, I keep mentioning time and again that you have to have that curiosity quotient. Time and again, it's not just you can rely on that. For example, people who are interested in lawn tennis, that's their hobby, no way related to UPSC.
Grand Slam,
But they have asked a question related to Grand Slam. So again, if at all you are going a little from one click to another, so it pays you off in the long run.
ठीक है. So with these words of wisdom, I would like to hand over the podium to Kanish sir. He will be taking you forward in the field of polity and IR. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir. I'll see you. So students, again, not an easy paper from polity angle also, but a couple of things about polity. I will be starting with polity question. That, as I said during the text discussions time and again during simulators also, that you have to have a knack on relying on the core area. For example, constitution. If you are reading constitution time and again, there have been a specific question from part 22, which none of us try to read about, right? I detailed out in test discussion related to Article 394, commencement of the constitution, which article was commenced on 15 specific articles commenced on 26 November 1949, and the other, it was decided as the date of commencement. They have gone in detail of that. 395 talking about repeals. So you have to refer to the constitution time and again, whatever. If at all, even you feel that it's quite basic also, but please have a look at the respective article also. Life will be easier in the longer run. Right, let's start with our discussion. Polity questions. Again, we have had some case study based question also overlapping with ethics and also with public administration. So it is making the paper lengthier, I would not say difficult over here. Let's have a look at the first question. First question is talking about vaccination program, and you are and there is one Mr. X, he's a senior officer, and there has been some compromise on quality on the vaccine distribution. So he decided that, okay, I have gone through a training and there are certain principles of public administration. I have to ensure that those are upheld. So he goes for reporting it and ultimately halted the contract of the one who was compromising on the quality of the vaccine. So which of these principles of administration is applicable here? If you see aspirate the corps, that means team spirit. There is no team spirit here. Specific, you can eliminate that. When you have a look at the last option, that is delegation, is any work being delegated from higher authority to lower authority, or is there any case of accountability from higher authority to lower authority? Rather, it is Mr. X within that organization. If I give you a picture, a pictorial view, there is Mr. X who is gone for, he has maybe qualified various contractors, and they have compromised with the quality. So there is no linkage of the higher authority here, right? So you'll be able to eliminate this as well. I would appreciate, yes, there might be at the initial part of it, that there might be confusion between equity and accountability. Equity, because it comes in mind, sir, ultimately when there will be these things will be happening, reporting and halting of contract, equity might be established in the longer run. But that is an effect, bache. It is not directly the principle that is applicable. So which is the principle that is applicable? Accountability. So there, that is reported also, and he is answerable also. Scrutiny has been taken care of, and he has held accountable for whatever misdeeds he has done, right? So again, C would be the right answer here. Application based polity question. Next is again a very simple question related to Article 13, but made lengthier, and it's just two aspirants. Just imagine two aspirants X and Y are discussing that Article 13 में क्या क्या लिखा है. Article Mr. X says it is written that it includes ordinance, orders, rules, regulations. So he's absolutely correct till here. Y also pointed out that there are other things also written which might include customs, usage. So yes, Y is also correct. However, the problem here is X is not convinced. So he says that no, I don't think so they are included. That's the reason that he is partially correct. But in total, he is incorrect. Y is also appreciating, utilizing the word also, that okay, you are right, but also adding these. So Y would be the one will be correct, and only one will be correct. So D would be the right answer here. 80th question, straightforward sequence questions. Again, this is that part 22 question I was talking about. No article, and no article. What does part 22 says? Article 393 specifically calls out that our constitution shall be called as the Constitution of India. That's what it is officially called as. The title itself is short title. So there is an article. So we'll be agreeing that there is no article, disagreement there. Then Article 395, which talks about repeals. It says Indian Independence Act is repealed. Government of India Act 1935 is also repealed. But abolition of Privy Council jurisdiction will not be repealed. 1949 Act. So we also have an article talking about repeals. So this is also incorrect. It says we have no such article. That's incorrect. Therefore, no article talks about the commencement, date of commencement. Again, if you look at in between Article 394, as I said, there are 15 specific articles which came into force on 26th November 1949. So it details out that, and it says other provisions other than these 15 articles specifically will be in effect from the commencement of the constitution, and it specifies a date also where it is specifically defined. So it also is incorrect. So we have none as correct. B would be the right answer here. All three statements are correct. If you have read the constitution specifically, life would have been easier here. Chaliye, 81st question. The question is about person with disabilities. So it has talked about, first of all, the act related to them, then an abhiyan related to them, an initiative after the Narendra Modi government came into power, started with that, and an institution related to them. First statement, it talks about rights of personality of person with disabilities act. So it was passed in 2018. This itself is incorrect. This was passed in 2016. That's the reason we need not read it further. If at all you want to confirm that it mandates reservation in education and employment, yes, specifically if you read the act, I'll be suggesting down the line also for the people who are going to appear in the next attempt, please read the acts and constitution time and again. So there is a specific provision that for education there should be 5% reservation of seats in higher educational institutions, government institutions, and also government aided. For employment it is 4%. So first one is incorrect. Sugamya Bharat Abhiyan, Accessible India campaign, focuses on achieving universal accessibility, another keyword. That's the core objective of it. For person with disabilities across three key domains. One is infrastructure. Yes. Schools, workplace, hospitals, etc., transport system, buses, air, train, etc., and ICT, information and communication technology. That means whatever audio-visual tools are there, there should be some kind of accessibility there also provided. So it is absolutely correct. Now, the last statement related to National Divyanjan Finance and Development Corporation, it is to promote entrepreneurship with PWDs. But it says that it is a public sector organization. Yes, to that extent it is correct. That it is wholly owned subsidiary of the government. 100% owned by the government of India. And it was registered under the Companies Act as a not-for-profit organization. Yes, set up by Ministry of Corporate Affairs. That's the problematic area. Not Ministry of Corporate Affairs, rather Ministry of Social Justice. So we have this as incorrect, first also incorrect, only second as correct. B would be the right answer for this question. Again, be vigilant while reading also, right? Then we have provisions related to SCs and STs. Again, I have been talking about 5th and 6th schedule in detail. I gave you the notes also while discussing in the test series. It talks about tribal areas. As simple as that, I gave you a tool that write STs. Again, very basic 4th, 5th standard. You talk about these two schedules, talk about STs. That means schedule area and tribal area. So there is no confusion for that. So tribal areas under 6th schedule, not 5th schedule. So this is incorrect. First statement is incorrect. Some tribes of India are entitled to exemptions from paying income tax. Yes, Income Tax Act. Now it is from current affairs also, because we passed a new Income Tax Act in 2025, which was effective from 1st April this year. It talked about in detail in Schedule 3 what all possible people are eligible for any type of exemptions, and they have specified about scheduled tribes. Some tribes are specifically mentioned. They have talked about Article 366 also, and they have mentioned 6th schedule also. So they are saying only on certain income. So that is correct. The Constitution provide for reservation of seats for women belonging to SCs and STs. Yes, this is a combination of vertical reservation and horizontal reservation. When we are talking about vertical reservation, that means for SCs and STs there will be reservation. Let's assume, let's say there are 30 seats, and according to population, let's say there is 20% population for SCs and 10% population for STs. If I take that, let me divide that, 6 and 10% will be 3. So this should be the reservation, but there will be horizontal reservation also for women within these number of seats. So 1/3 reservation within this, that will be 2 seats for women within SC group, and 1/3, that means 1 seat for women within ST group. So this is absolutely correct. We have second and third as correct. So it says 2 correct statement including statement 2. So we have A as the right answer here. Then basic question. Again, we have definitely would have done this in detail. There are different questions. There is short notice question. There is start question. There is unstart question also. So these 2 questions require oral answers, and this one require written answers. And because it is written, you cannot cross question. There should not be any supplementary question for that matter. No supplementary question. However, in start, there is supplementary questions. Those are allowed, and we know that short notice period, earlier it was 10 days, now increased to 15 days. And in case of matter of urgent public importance, it is invoked. Unstart question require oral answer, incorrect. Start question require written answer, incorrect. No supplementary question related to unstart, this one is correct. So third statement is correct. That means only one correct statement, C would be the right answer here. 84th question. Again, we are talking about SCs and STs and the committee related to that. Again, I would claim that this is a static question. If you have prepared committees well enough, life would have been easier also. This is a parliamentary committee which has 30 members, 20 from Lok Sabha and 10 from Rajya Sabha. And these are elected from amongst the members for a term of 1 year. Again, on the same thing, proportional representation, single transferable vote. Then there is chairman also of this committee, which is appointed by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, not the chairman of Rajya Sabha, as the first statement, second half talks about. So this one is incorrect. 20 members from Rajya Sabha, rather, that is the reverse thing. So this is also incorrect. No minister except the union minister. So this is applicable in many of the committees, that there should not be any minister, right? So no exception, not even Minister of Social Justice will be eligible to be part of that. Members are elected for 2-year term. Again, very static question, I would say. All statements are incorrect. There is no correct statement. D would be the right answer here. 87th question, 0 FIR. We have been asking this question time and again in multiple test series, in SFG also, in simulator also. Time and again you will be seeing that, because this was the talk of the town when new criminal laws came into force. And it was explicitly provided under BNSS section 173. What it says, that let's say you are crossing a jurisdiction where the crime has occurred, but you don't feel safe there. So you will be going in and around your home, and you will be going to police station there, and you'll be saying that I have witnessed this. Please take my information. So you'll be providing information orally or electronically. Orally, if you are provided, then it is the duty of the police officer to write it down and get it signed by you. And you will be giving a read also that what he has written, so that there is transparency. Then electronic, if at all, then you will be getting it signed within 3 days, right? So he'll be registering a 0 FIR on that information. That is the first information, as the name itself suggests. Why 0 FIR? Because each FIR has a number, but it is not under the jurisdiction of this police station. So this 0 FIR will be transferred to the jurisdiction where the crime has taken place, and the proper number will be provided to that FIR. Therefore, it is called as 0 FIR. Clarity. At the same time, this individual, in certain cases, if at all there is a crime that has been committed prima facie, so he will be taking the permission from none other than authority who is not less than DSP, and he might start investigating it. Right? Let's have a look at the statement. Can be lodged at police station even though the place of commission of cognizable, non-cognizable offences outside the territorial jurisdiction. This apparently looks correct. However, the problem is that it is only applicable in cognizable offences. Yes, that's the key catch here, not non-cognizable. So that's the reason again. I hope you are not, people have not trapped in this. Next is officer in charge who has written your FIR. So he might, with the permission of competent authority, might start with preliminary inquiry. So yes, that is absolutely correct. Under 0 FIR, there is obligation that it should be provided, information should be provided electronically. No, it can be orally also, right? So it is not an obligation. Only second one is correct. We have D as the right answer for 87th question. 88th question. Again, as I was saying during the analysis part, that if you have, of course, I'm very sure you would have in current affairs gone through these organizations, crossed these organizations once or twice. If you have gone through their about page, you know all these details. Exact lines have been taken from their about us page, their official website. So that's a learning also, that you have to keep the standard source with you. CEIB, Central Economic Intelligence Bureau. It coordinates between various organizations or enforcement agencies. Yes, that is correct. And it works under the Ministry of Finance. So this pair is incorrect. SFIO, Serious Fraud Investigation Office, investigates complex corporate fraud. Yes, under Ministry of Corporate Affairs, as the name itself is suggesting, corporate frauds. So this is also an incorrect pair. CBI, to preserve values of public life and ensure health of national economy. Again, it might appear that why are we talking about economy in CBI? Because it has an economic wing also. So this one is correct, exact line from about us page, and it is under Department of Personnel under Ministry of Personnel. So this one is correct. We have only one pair is correct. That is the third one. A would be the right answer for 88th question. Then last question from Polity, again from current affairs. Revamped Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan. So it was initially launched in 2018, but it was revamped in 2022 to align with the goals of SDGs. And we started with grassroots. as the name itself suggests, Gram Swaraj Abhiyan. So objective was to go for capacity building of the PRIs, so that ultimate goal of achieving SDGs is realized, and it is a bottom-up revolution. Clarity. Now the timeline here, it started in 2022, and it was in current affairs when it ended in 2026, March 2026. But it didn't start in 2021. So that's the problem here. Again, UPSC has been quite typical here. Very specific. I would say this might even be less specific, but down the line you will also see that you don't prepare that deeper into the subjects, right? So you have to be more vigilant anyway. Key objective of this revamped RGSA is to develop governance capability of PRIs to deliver SDGs, yes. Share of the central funding is 100%. That is incorrect. It's not central central sector scheme. Rather, it is a sponsored scheme where there is a contribution from state also, 60, 40, 90, 10, depending on the state. So we have only second one as correct. B would be the right answer here. All right, so that was about polity portion. Let's move on to IR portion. Again, IR, you'll be seeing that they have asked, they've gone too much in detail. Again, if I have to suggest students to prepare, you have to be very critical of current affairs. First of all, you have to make detailed note taking also and be vigilant. They have even asked about that kaun si university ke saath humne MOU kiya hai. So they have changed the name of the university, right? So even MOU, which is of course not binding, so you have to be very vigilant there. Let's have a look at questions one by one. I think this is a easy question. Again, couple of easy questions in IR also related to Strait of Hormuz, EU, etc. So we know that Strait of Hormuz, this is what Strait of Hormuz is. Yes, Arabian Peninsula. And it is asking that which of these countries would require to travel through Strait of Hormuz. We know that Bahrain is here, a small island. A little bigger island connected to the mainland is Qatar. Syria is somewhere here. So why would they cross this? Naturally, they might utilize Mediterranean route and Suez Canal and then Gulf of Aden. So not Syria, and of course not Egypt also. So Qatar and Bahrain, we have 1 and 3. B would be the right answer. Again, you have to have strong geographical mapping nationally and internationally. Interpol notice. Now, if you remember, in open test, question number 92 specifically, I discussed that and I gave you a trick also to remember these notices. Yes, I talked about missing person hai, kisi ko miss kar rahe hain, to kaun sa notice denge, person red flag ho gaya hai, to kaun sa notice denge, so that you remember that, right? If you know these two, because this was exactly the question, we asked about silver notice and I discussed beyond silver notice also, so that there is, if at all, a question, and there is a question, so you have to be prepared also. Silver notice is asking about whenever there is a trace which is required of criminal assets, then we issue silver notice. Blue notice, when you require an additional information before knowing a person, you need to know that what kind of person he is or she is, right? So you issue a blue notice to that person. Black notice, that means unidentified. मैं नहीं जानता, मैं नहीं जानती. कौन है भाई? Right? That is black notice. And then green notice is related to their activity and there is a warning that is provided and they might be a threat to public safety. That is green notice. So we have code correction. A is 4. So this is, we can eliminate A and B. B is 2. So we know our answer already. C will be the right answer. And C is one unidentified body also, and green is threat to public safety. So C would be the right answer here. Talking about visit of one of the dignitaries from Germany, the highest office chancellor, he visited, and there were several MOUs that were signed. Now, you will not study these details in normal newspaper, and there will be, you might not be able to fetch it also. But if you refer to PIB timeline again, because it is going for details and with particular sector what happened, so that you remember, and it will be easier for your note making also. So that's also a learning. It says that we signed an MOU related to Ayurveda between All India Institute of Ayurveda and University of Hamburg. They changed the name here. So this is one of the universities in Berlin. Yes, not Hamburg University. So this one is incorrect. Signing a MOU related to youth hockey development between Hockey India and German Hockey Federation. Yes, straightforward question. And we also, related to Indo-Pacific, established a bilateral dialogue. That is also correct. Opening an honorary council of Germany in Lucknow. हमारे देश में कुछ भी हो रहा है, ज़्यादातर कहाँ हो रहा है? Investment, that is the allegation of the opposition also. Everything is happening in Gujarat. So it's not in Lucknow, rather in Ahmedabad. So you remember that also. So we have second and third is correct. A would be the right answer. Just a second. Okay. The question is asking about not correct. Stupid errors, like you. To err is human and to forgive is divine. So be a divine. I give you an opportunity. So here the answer will be B. We are looking at not correct. 86th question is talking about, again, very detailed. You might know the setus, but you cannot know where that particular setu is bridging, which part of the city in Bangladesh or in India or in Nepal, where. First one is Maitri Setu. So this is correct that it is on Feni River in Bangladesh. However, Ramgarh, interestingly, is in Bangladesh, and Samroom is in India. So that's the reason this one is incorrect. Jula Ghat suspension bridge. This was in current affairs, and it is between India and Nepal. Kali River. So this is incorrect. Mechi Bridge and its approaches connect Pani Tanki bypass. Can you imagine? In India with Kakarvita in Nepal. Right? If they would have swapped it, how would you know that? Right? You are at max know kaun si river ke upar hai, kaun si countries mein hai, and at max maybe state. But this is too detailed. But this is correct. It is with Nepal and it is situated in West Bengal. All right. So only third one is correct. D would be the right answer. 89th question. Very detailed again. This is maybe one of the potential conflicting question, and we'll be having a look at the provisional key which will be coming, which UPSC will be releasing maybe by tomorrow or maybe in a day or two. It says not ratified by India. I'll tell you why it is conflicting, why it can be controversial also. They might have to drop this question down the line. Employment Policy Convention. So this convention by ILO, India ratified in 1997. So this one is ratified. Abolition of Forced Labor Convention, again in sync with our idea of fundamental right, Article 23. So we also ratified that in 2000. International Labor Convention on Protection of Rights of All Migrant Workers. Again, you remember COVID crisis, migrant worker crisis. We have not signed, or we have not ratified it yet. So this is incorrect. That is not ratified, rather. This is what the answer part should be. Geneva Convention related to, at the time of war, we have to protect the civilian person. So yes, this was a 1949 convention, and India has ratified that in 1951. Yes, so this is ratified. Convention on a reduction of statelessness. Again, related to refugee crisis, refugee convention. Statelessness, I am hoping that you are aware that people who have no state to go, they are being thrown out where they went. For example, let's say Rohingya, even Palestinians, etc. So that is the state of statelessness. So India has not signed refugee crisis also, refugee convention also, and its subjective protocol also. So this is not signed. So ideally, from our point of view, the answer should be 3 and 5, but there is no such option of 3 and 5. So what we are taking a stand, temporarily maybe we'll take a stand of D. We'll stick with option D. Yes, I think this question should be dropped. We'll have to see down the line. 89th. Let's settle at D for maybe a day or two. Then you'll realize that it is correct or incorrect. talking about AI Impact Summit. Yes, बहुत बवाल हुआ था AI Impact Summit में, your 6 can be my 9, right? So we have certain statements related to that. The summit's intellectual framework was based on 3 foundational sutras. Yes, it was on 3 sutras, which was people, progress, and planet. People for humanity, planet for environment sustainability, and progress for equity, development, prosperity, etc. So again, quite detailed. Again, you'll have to be vigilant with these words. So they have chosen a word with P only. 3 P's were the sutras and they have chosen planning. So 1 is incorrect. Preamble of the summit stresses democratizing AI resources while acknowledging the Charter of Democratic Diffusion. Locally relevant, I think there is some typing error also. This statement also include that it leads to binding framework. Yes, however, that is not correct. It is not binding. It is somewhere here, which includes binding. So this is also incorrect. New Delhi Declaration of AI on AI impact was structured around 7 chakras, 3 sutras and 7 chakras. Yes, 7 chakras included AI related to science, inclusion, and efficiency, human capital. Yes, so all those are also correct. So this statement is correct. And we are looking at hopefully correct. So we have D as our right answer here. 91st question related to India and ASEAN member countries, which of the following are connectivity projects? Again, you'll have to first know that what are the ASEAN members country. We know that recently Timor-Leste has also joined it. So it has expanded from 10 to 11. Now it is talking about connectivity project specifically. We know that Kaladan talks about India's connectivity from Kolkata through sea and then through land through Myanmar, Sitwe port specifically. And then we enter Mizoram, Ezawal, right? So this is related to that because Myanmar is a part of ASEAN member country it is. IMT, again it talks about India, which start from More to Myanmar to Thailand, IMT, right? So this is also Myanmar and Thailand both are member countries. This is also that connectivity project. However, this Agartala and Akhora rail link is between Tripura and Bangladesh. Bangladesh is of course not the ASEAN country. So that's the reason this is incorrect. I would say it is an easy question. A would be the right answer here. Then we have 92nd question. Again, maybe moderate to difficult question. Definitely you will be able to drop down to maybe eliminating 2 options. First, everyone knows Magdechu port. Magdechu hydropower project is in Bhutan, around 750 megawatt project, which India is helping out also, run on the river project. So this one is 3. So we have A is 3. So we know that it is either B or C. You have eliminated A and D. And when we know it's either B or C, we already know that D is 1. That is Maldives. Again, some application was still possible. Then you are confused between these 2. Restoration of Store Palace. So this has been one of the initiative where restoration has happened and India has taken care of restoration in Kabul, and we have contributed in Afghanistan significantly. You talk about Salma Dam, you talk about Parliament building, etc. Right? Zaranj Delaram Highway also. So this is B is 2. Now we already have our answer. B would be the right answer. C is 4 here. Yes, district hospital in Dikoya in Sri Lanka. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated this in 2017. So B would be the right answer. 94th question regarding multilateral cooperation. So interestingly, they have gone for labor related conventions, processes and institutions. Abu Dhabi Dialogue, Colombo Process and Global Forum for Migration and Development. All 3 is related to the employment in countries of migration or origin, specifically related to Asia. So Colombo Process talks about that It is again a non-binding process which provides that there should be some labor rights which should be taken care of in the countries where they are sending individuals. If you're going out and working, will be taken care here. However, it also says that it is binding. This is problematic. Decisions are taken by consensus but not binding. So therefore, first one is incorrect. Abu Dhabi dialogue, again, this is related to people going from South Asia, China, etc. to Middle East, and this was signed in 2008, and it is also about taking care of the needs of the labor there. So it talks about contractual labor, mobility, consultative process, and origin and destination. It has countries of origin also from South Asia, and also destination. I think specifically 11 countries. So this is correct. Global Forum for Migration and Development, created upon the proposal of UN Secretary. So this was created in 2006. Again, if you see about us page of these forums, these processes, these are specific words specifically they are starting with. So yes, it was recommended by the then UN Secretary General Mr. Kofi Annan, quite prominent, voluntary former whose decisions are non-binding in nature. Yes, this is also correct. So we have C as the right answer for 94th question. 95th question, again, I would not say it is a very easy question. How would you remember किसको कब Nobel Prize मिला? You might remember कि हाँ मिला है, but किसको 2 बार मिला? How can you remember that? So I would not say it is a very easy question. World Food Program is the latest one to be awarded this Nobel Prize in 2020. UN Children's Fund, this was 65. This is that particular organization related to refugees which has received the Nobel Prize, Nobel Peace Prize specifically twice. One in 1954, related to the rights of refugees during war, and then expansion of fundamental right during 1981. So this one is correct. International Labour Organization, this also received in 1969. All right. So we have only one as correct. A would be the right answer. Again, saying that it is not easy. You have a look at this question. You will not, it almost look like that there are some alphabets thrown at you and you are not able to understand also. I will be here, it will be easy for me to throw information at you. But recollecting this and teaching that in class itself will be challenging. How can a student solve it? That's my fair opinion. So it talks about UN peacekeeping operations and periods. Even if you crack the code of, okay, ये कहाँ operations हुए हैं, but किस dates में हुए हैं, किस year में हुए हैं, it will be very challenging. Anyway, first one talks about Liberia. Second one, again, it appears because first it says UN mission. This is also UN mission. Now suddenly, ये उल्टा क्यों हो गया है? Because it is in French. Yes, it is related to French colonies. This one related to CAR and also Chad. Chad in French is called as T-Chad, however they pronounce that. Then it is related to Haiti. Then this one is related to supporting East Timor. Let's have a look. Again, I would not expect you to remember. This one was in 2007 to 2010. In Haiti, it was between 2004 to 2017. First one in Liberia was in 2003 to 2018. In East Timor, it was between 2002 to 2005. It's challenging for me after solving it to even recollect these. How can you, there, if you have a look at the list at the UN peacekeeping operation, they might have seen that India ne kahan participate kiya. It might be related to that. But it becomes problematic for the people if at all we are operating at this level. All right, so A says 3, B is 1. 3 and 1. So B would be the right answer. C is 4 and D is 2. All right. BIMSTEC Center establishment. Again, we have themes for BIMSTEC countries that this country will be taking care of this theme. For example, India taking care of disaster management, etc. But talking about where these centers are, up India ke centers fir bhi you can maybe remember. But it becomes challenging if you go global, if you go to other countries also. Again, One, for example, this is a lot in current affairs, time and again. You know that this is in Noida. Again, energy center is in Bangalore. Sirf itna hi, I think, at max, if you have been a curious person, you will be able to reach this stage. So we have B2 and C1. B2 and C1. So you will be confused between these two options. Again, it will be up to you to go and over attempt that, or let's say wherever the memory is coming from, your buffer, etc. Now this one is talking about Cultural Industries Observatory. There is also a Cultural Industry Commission which regulates this, which oversees it. This is situated in Colombo, in Thimpu. Then we have Technology Transfer Facility. This is in Colombo. This was established by NBCC, and again, don't go into those details, it will be challenging only. So we'll be, let's say A is 4. So C will be the right answer here, right? Quite a lot details you have to go also in preparation. Again, it is setting a precedent also, that what type of civil servants they are looking for. All right. Last question from international area. Again, this one is easier, breather. So European Union, even if you're not sure of these things, you know that European Union had some foundational founding members, and Germany was one of them. And thankfully, they have third option only in one. So you will be able to crack the code here. So answer will be C. Belarus, again, point of contention whenever we have been talking about Ukraine also. There have been dispute related to Belarus, more inclined towards USSR, former USSR. Poland is a part, and again, Switzerland is a country of neutrality. Again, a lot of talks were regarding Iran-US war. So what is the stand of Switzerland? But they have decided for neutrality. So we have second and third as correct. C would be the right answer here. All right. So that was it from Polity and IR section. I wish you all the very best. Take a break also. Give your mind some space and maybe go travel somewhere, rest. And I think there will not be enough competition, or let's say the race to the cutoff. उस चीज़ के बारे में first of all worry मत करिए, and you will not be able to come to a point कि इतना जाएगा 70, 80, 60. Let's see what happens. All the very best. Thank you.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you, because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me.
Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims, and then, sir, the same schedule for mains, FRC4 started at the same place, and again I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है, and fortunately it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also. Fortunately, I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था, कि जिससे 11th 12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you so. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है। मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ। मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ। मैंने एमबीबीएस और मास्टर्स कर रखी है। मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ। ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है यूपीएससी सीएसई 2025 में।
65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026 to 27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
We have finally reached to the last part of our today's discussion of prelims 2026. And I have the pleasure to introduce you, although he needs no introduction. Vikrant sir is our modern history faculty. He will be basically discussing modern history questions. So sir, आप कितने क्वेश्चन आए थे इस साल?
दुखती रग पर हाथ रखना चाहते हैं आप? तो फैज का एक शेर है कि दिल ना उम्मीद तो नहीं, नाकाम ही तो है, लंबी है शाम मगर शाम ही तो है।
However, ये बात आप पिछले 4-5 साल से कह रहे हैं। कब आएगा ये मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री के साथ ऐसा ये कर्ण जैसा व्यवहार कब तक करती रहेगी कुंती यूपीएससी?
एग्जैक्टली
मतलब बताइए, इतना सब पढ़ना पड़ता है, क्वेश्चन 3, 5, 4, अभी तो ज्यादा आ गए, 5 आ गए।
जी जी जी, पिछले साल 8 आए थे, जितने 50% पोर्शंस क्वेश्चंस जो थे लास्ट ईयर मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री से ही थे हिस्ट्री में। लेकिन क्या कहते हैं वो, ब्लेसेड इज द हार्ट विच हैज़ नो एक्सपेक्टेशंस। तो हम पूरे नाकाम भी नहीं हुए, एज सर इज वेरी राइटली सेइंग। एक सौतेला व्यवहार हो रहा है हिस्ट्री के साथ, मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री के साथ, सर बुरा ना मान जाए। तो यहाँ पर एक ट्रेंड का, अच्छा ठीक है, तो वो स्लाइड यहाँ पर मिसिंग है। बेसिकली इफ यू लुक एट द ट्रेंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस इन मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री since 2016, about 4 times in these 10 years we have had about 4 questions, right? In fact, for continuously 3 years we had 4 questions, but then last year we had 8 questions in 2018. मैं सबको याद दिलाता हूँ, भूलने नहीं देता कि there were 14 questions from modern history. Now if we look at the pattern of questions that have been asked, see this paper, in a way, it is a continuation of how UPSC has been asking questions in modern history, and in many ways it is different also. How it is a continuation? That the questions are from the collateral areas. They are from the shadow region of modern history, right? For instance, you will study about Subhash Chandra Bose becoming the president in 1938. Then you see that he resigned in 1939. So when we teach the topic, when we discuss Subhash Chandra Bose in the class, we definitely talk about the circumstances in which he had to resign. However, we do not go into the entire detail. We talk about his differences with Gandhi, right? We will discuss it when we look at the question paper. Similarly, it is a continuation that UPSC has asked a question on constitutional progress, right? Even like previous year, before that, even before that, there were questions on 1919, 1935, right? Questions have been coming. And definitely alternate year, there is a question on the constitutional progress. However, this time, it is different because they have not asked you any provision of the act. Rather, they have asked the impact of it the larger impact of it. So such questions, in fact, maybe UPSC is challenging people कि तुम chat GPT से पढ़ लो जितना पढ़ना
मतलब सर जैसे आपका ये कहना है कि कंटेंट से ज्यादा कंटेक्स्ट हैज बिकम मोर इम्पोर्टेंट।
एग्जैक्टली
कि भाई अगर मान लो कोई फॉरवर्ड ब्लॉक हुआ तो किन सर्कमस्टेंसेस में हुआ, व्हाट वर द अदर थिंग्स व्हिच वर हैपनिंग अराउंड इट।
करेक्ट।
ये हो गया आपका फॉरवर्ड ब्लॉक वाला क्वेश्चन। फिर बारदोली वाला भी क्वेश्चन सिमिलर लाइंस पे ही था।
करेक्ट।
देन वन मोर मॉन्टे चेम्सफोर्ड रिफॉर्म व्हेन दैट वाज हैपनिंग। सो मुझे सर ऐसा लगता है लाइक फ्रॉम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ यू नो एस्पिरेंट कि classroom lectures have become more important because it is only the teacher who can tell you the story behind a particular event happening. Because किताब में क्या होता है कि भाई ये था फॉरवर्ड ब्लॉक, त्रिपुरी सेशन हुआ, फिर ये हुआ, फिर फॉरवर्ड ब्लॉक बनी इस ईयर में एंड उसका क्या एजेंडा था, बस हम लोग बेसिकली उन्हीं सारी चीज़ों को पढ़ते हैं। लेकिन उसकी पीछे की स्टोरी क्या थी, क्यों हुआ, किस कंटेक्स्ट में हुआ, महात्मा गांधी सुभाष चंद्र के बीच के किस तरीके के रिश्ते थे, पटेल के बीच में किस तरीके के रिश्ते थे, वाई पटेल, लाइक जैसे सुबह आप बता रहे थे कि पटेल और नेहरू, पटेल और सुभाष चंद्र बोस अपने एक दूसरे के एंटी क्यों थे। तो बेसिकली दीज आर द थिंग्स व्हिच यू नो रिक्वायर डिस्कशन, और उसका थोड़ा सा इंसाइट होना बहुत जरूरी हो गया है, जैसा मुझे ऐसा लगा है।
यू वुड रिमेंबर फैक्ट्रीज, हमको हमेशा से वी ऑलवेज न्यू दैट फैक्ट्रीज आर इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम यूपीएससी's perspective, but then we saw a trend about 4 years ago that UPSC was not only asking that where the factories were located, but they started asking who gave them the rights to establish these factories, right? So wo story wala jo part hai, I always tell the students, even when I was talking to students yesterday, that if you can narrate modern history to me in 2 hours, that I give you 2 hours, or anyone in your home, you have been preparing for 1 year and someone asks you, भाई modern history क्या है इंडिया की, आधुनिक इतिहास जो है, if you can tell the story in 2 hours, then you could have tackled these questions. Because if you are able to summarize these many centuries in 2 hours, it means you can interlink events. You have very clarity, as the word you used, that you have not just ratified, you have not just memorized the content, but you are able to connect them with context also, right? So as sir very rightly said, that it is not just content, it is context which has become more important. तो कहानी पर भी हमको ध्यान देना है, right? And we have discussed these things in our class, लेकिन कैसे हुआ है, they have been discussed in passing to connect one event to another, right? We are writing notes about what happened at Haripura, we are writing notes about what happened at Tripuri, लेकिन उसके बीच में क्या हुआ है, right? So students may feel कि वो part important नहीं है, और जब हम क्लास में भी बात करें, when we are you know discussing the events, they would not jot those points down. But now it is a clear sign from UPSC कि भाई सिर्फ रट कर मत आओ, समझ कर भी आओ।
ठीक है। So with these words of wisdom, I would like to hand over the podium to sir. He will be taking you all forward in related the questions of modern history. Thank you.
So the first question, which of the following factors contributed to the formation of forward bloc by Subhash Chandra Bose? See, we know forward bloc was formed in 1939 by Subhash Chandra Bose because he resigned from the presidentship of Indian National Congress and he set up a political group within the Indian National Congress forward bloc, and in 1940 he moved it outside the Indian National Congress as All India Forward Bloc. From where this topic has been asked, if either your teacher may have mentioned it as we were just discussing, or it has been hinted at, you can discover the answer in the book written by Bipin Chandra, that is India's Struggle for Independence, right? So in class, my students, they would know that usually I tell them that today Bose and Patel are being co-opted or opted by the same side of the political spectrum, but in reality, they were both adversaries in the Indian National Congress, and majorly it was Sardar Patel who was influencing Gandhiji. And we all know that since their first meeting, Bose was not really in awe of Gandhiji. He considered Gandhiji as the greatest man among Indians, but he was not a blind follower of Gandhiji. In fact, he was a harsh critic. It was a compromise, great compromise on Gandhiji's part to control the leftist within the Congress that he allowed, I'm using the word allowed, that he allowed Bose to become the president in 1938, right? So Bose failed to win the confidence of Mahatma Gandhi. Yes, this is definitely right because Gandhiji did not want Bose to contest elections again in 1939. He asked Maulana Azad to contest, but Maulana Azad refused to wear the crown of thorns. He asked Nehru, even Nehru declined, and that is when Gandhiji unilaterally he recommended the name of Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. And when Pattabhi Sitaramaiah was defeated, Gandhiji said that this defeat is more mine than Pattabhi's. So many people would know about this, right? The Congress left disunited and failed to support Bose. Again, it goes into the story. The major difference that is going on, discussion that is going on in Congress at this point of time is the federal scheme. We have studied about the 1935 Act, and Bose was militantly opposed to the federal provisions of the scheme, while some people like Bhulabhai Desai were negotiating with the government. That is why Bose criticized Bhulabhai Desai, and then we see a fracture within the left wing. So the left wing of the Congress was led by Nehru, Bose, Jayaprakash Narayan, Meenu Masani, Achyut Patwardhan, and on the right wing the leaders were C. Rajgopalachari, Rajendra Prasad, and obviously Sardar Patel. So that is when we see on the issue of federal scheme that people like S. Satyamurthy, they support the federal scheme, or they want at least negotiations on the scheme, while people like Meenu Masani, who belong to the Bengal branch of Congress, they were against it. So therefore, the Congress left were disunited and failed to support Bose. This is right. And very clearly, if second statement is right, then definitely fourth has to be correct. Because again, I am telling you that the left wing of the Congress was represented by these people. These were the leaders of the left wing. If this statement is right, then this is right. If this is right, then this is right, right? So, and everyone knows point number one is more common knowledge. So 1, 2, 4 is right. Is there any other option? Do we have 1, 2, 3, 4? No. If there was 1, 2, 3, 4, it could have become more confusing, but I will not go into the stance of communist because it is not required for the question. Hence, the answer would be 1, 2, 4. That is B. Okay. Consider the following statements regarding the policy in Awadh immediately after the annexation in 1856. Where do we study this topic? When we are discussing the reasons for the revolt of 1857, we discuss the various social factors, religious factors, economic factors, military factors, and the political factors. And we study that annexation of Awadh was one of the major reasons for that. Within that, when we talk about the political factors, we see that talukdars who had been dispossessed after the British annexed Awadh in 1856, these talukdars were removed from their positions. They were removed from their positions by the British because British were already practicing the Mahalwari settlement, which was introduced in 1822 in this region. We all know about the Mahalwari settlement. What was the British policy after 1813? After their trading rights are diminished, in fact, their monopoly is abolished except in tea, China, and opium. Their policy is to control administration directly. They do not want any leakage through intermediaries like zamindar in the permanent settlement. They want no intermediary who will take away even a little portion of the rent. Hence, in the Rayatwari settlement and Mahalwari settlement, there is no intermediary. So, the British believed in taking the revenue directly from the peasants by removing the talukdars. Yes, so talukdars were removed by the British and the British became the new state and there was no intermediary in this region. This talukdar, where else do we study this? In NCRT, Rebels and Raj. NCRT has gone on at great length about the discussion on talukdars. They have discussed it about for 1.5 pages. But even in that, they have not discussed this, right? This is quite clear. A summary revenue settlement was made in 1856, assuming that talukdars were interlopers, the word NCRT uses, or outsiders. It is the same meaning. The British believed in taking the revenue directly from the peasant by removing the talukdars. Now, this option you could have eliminated by common sense. If they consider talukdar a challenge to their authority, whom they have abolished. Will they allow them to retain arms? Never. They may allow them to retain forts, but even in subsidiary alliance long ago, they did not allow the local rulers to maintain their own armies. They were disbanded. So the first part of information is correct, that talukdars were dispossessed of their assets, that is estates, that is correct. But they were not allowed to keep their arms. Okay, so this option, sorry, this option is definitely wrong. Where do we study this? In the factors for the revolt of 1857, we have discussed it. Okay. This question, as I was telling you, they have, unlike previous years when they were asking you provisions of the constitutional progress from 1773 till 1935, this time they have asked the impact of it, and it is a beautiful question. However, it is also a controversial question. Why it is controversial, we will see. So we all know that in 1919 Act, that is Government of India Act 1919 or Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, the British gave separate electorates to Sikhs, to Anglo-Indians, to Christians, right? And they gave reserved, some seats were reserved, nominated, we can say reserved or we can say nomination for the members of depressed classes, right? Nowadays UPSC or the government, this is a relatively new word, government is using this word deprived, not depressed. Okay. Which of the following, see, question is very broad. The genesis of political alliances based on community lay in the very nature of Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, that the provisions of Government of India Act 1919, could they have any of these impacts? It is a very broad question. Okay, now let us look at the options. Reforms retained and extended the principle of separate electorates. Yes, Muslims already had separate electorates in 1909. This was further extended. The seats reserved to them were further extended. Now separate electorates was introduced for Sikhs, Anglo-Indians and Europeans and Christians also. Further, so this is correct. Separate electorates were supposed to counter the Indian nationalism which was growing stronger. Definitely, it is self-explanatory. I don't think anyone would have problem in these two options. Sorry. The problem is in this option, that deprived classes rallied around the favors of depressed classes rallied around the favors inherent in the separate electorates. Okay. Now, I just want to take a moment to discuss this statement. There are two ways of looking at this. In 1919, Government of India Act 1919, its provision is granting separate electorates. It is introducing nomination for the depressed classes. We already have Justice Party that is active in Madras. We have various groups. We have leaders like MC Raja who are asking for more representation for depressed classes. Could the elements that were introduced by 1919 Act influenced the deprived sections of the society to form political organizations and associations to pressurize the government, to extract concessions? Is it possible or not? Clearly it is. For instance, the South Borough Committee in 1919, Ambedkar was a witness. Okay, and there he demanded separate electorates. In 1924, Ambedkar formed Bahishkrit Hitkarni Sabha. In that he gave the slogan, educate, organize, agitate. He was asking for separate electorates. Mahad Satyagraha, the program of Justice Party in Madras, all these, Ambedkar meeting the Simon Commission in 1928 asking for separate electorates. Ambedkar going to the Round Table Conference and Rattamalai Srinivasan along with Ambedkar attending the Round Table Conferences and demanding separate electorates for depressed classes. Don't you think that the provisions, protections given to the various sections in the society, communities in the society would have emboldened them and empowered them? So if we think along those lines and objectively, then this statement is correct and the answer should be D. However, UPSC being an Indian organization, and it is not immune from the times we are living in, the ideology we are having, it would never want to show that depressed classes were rallying around favors inherent in the separate electorates. If UPSC thinks that way, just like the previous year they had a statement, right, Raja Ram Mohan Roy had great love for Indian traditions, right? In fact, he was a critic of many traditions also. However, UPSC would never want to show Raja Ram Mohan Roy in negative light, and that is why while discussing previous, when I was standing before you 1 year back, on the day of exam, I said that this statement would be considered right by UPSC, and it was. Similarly, I believe that instinct of knowing UPSC, I feel that UPSC would consider it wrong. That is why it is little controversial. The answer, according to me, objectively, it is D. But knowing UPSC, they would go for 1 and 2, that is C. It is just like UPSC considering Quit India movement as a non-violent movement. UPSC ने तो ये भी किया है. So let us wait and watch what UPSC chooses. ठीक है. Next question. The artificially fixed rupee sterling exchange rate prescribed by the Hilton Young Commission in 1926 was adopted by the British government for which one of the following reasons? Till date, we had only studied about Hilton Young Commission from perspective of modern history, that it recommended the establishment of RBI, and RBI was recommended by the Government of India Act 1935, and maybe some more things about the Imperial Bank, which was the largest commercial bank, and the central bank, which was replaced by RBI. That is what we had studied. But we did not really have to have a lot of knowledge about the recommendations of Hilton Young Commission to answer this question. What is Hilton Young Commission? Even if you do not know what Hilton Young Commission said, right? Do we not keep studying about drain of wealth, about home charges? What were the components of home charges? UPSC has asked earlier about home charges, right? And what were the components of home charges? One of the biggest component after railways was remittances that were sent by the European or British businessmen and officials from India to Britain. See, what the British are doing, they are overvaluing, not undervaluing. They are exaggerating the value of rupee. What this does is that fewer rupees, for instance, just let us take an example, that if 1 pound is, let us imagine, 12 rupees. This is one scenario. And another scenario is, in reality, rupee should have been, the value of rupee should have been much higher, or to be technically right, it should have been much lower. So it should have actually been around, let us say, 36 rupees. Now, for an Indian, for a British person staying in India, he has to have 36 rupees to send 1 pound to Britain, right? 36 rupees in India, only then he will be able to send 1 pound to England. But if it is overvalued, right? If you overvalue the rupee and you say that only 12 rupees make 1 pound, then if he is having only 12 rupees in India, then he can drain, focus on this word, he can drain this pound, 1 pound from India. So lesser rupees will drain more pound if you have the better value of rupee. Otherwise, if with these 12 rupees, he would be able to send only 1/3 of a pound to England. Better value of rupee, higher pound to England, higher remittances to England. Okay. So this is aiding the flow of remittances from India and maintaining. This may have caused confusion in mind of people that why would British want a better creditworthiness of the Indians? Because they have to raise loans all over the world. When they are fighting wars in India, when they are building railways in India, when they are building administration in India, so more loans they can raise from the outside world in the name of India. This increases the public debt, karza on India, public debt on India. It becomes a liability on India, and this money can be used by the British for their administration or any commercial purposes. So India should look credit worthy. That is why A is the correct answer. Encouraging the cotton produced from the country. This was happening in 1860s. This is not the industrialization or pattern of industrialization had changed a lot by the time the Hilton Young Commission was appointed. Preventing the depreciation of rupee in the terms of gold. They did not really care about it. Providing support to Indian imports. Would they ever do that? They would not. This would be an outcome of it. This would be an outcome of it. But this is not their main objective. Okay. This is not the main objective. If the options were 1, 2, 3, 4, then we would have a very different discussion. However, I believe that by instinct itself, even those who did not go into much detail of it, they would have answered it right. And those who went in detail, like I went to explain it, right, you may have marked it wrong. Okay. Which one of the following statements about the Eka movement and Bardoli Satyagraha is correct? Again, just knowing about these movements is not enough. Context is important. And this question does not mean that you have to go and memorize all the peasant movements, all the tribal movements. No. Bardoli Satyagraha and Eka movement we study as part of Indian national movement, not necessarily while focusing on the peasant and tribal movements. Don't start doing that. Eka movement we study with the non-cooperation movement. The Bardoli Satyagraha, we study about, we discuss it while discussing the role of Sardar Patel, as well as while discussing that how Gandhi integrated the peasants into the Indian national movement. So Champaran, Ahmedabad, Kheda and Bardoli, they come together. Okay. The Eka movement, so Eka movement, it was in 1921 and the Bardoli Satyagraha was in 1928. After that, Vallabhbhai Patel got the title of Sardar from the people of Bardoli. The Eka movement was throughout supported and organized by the Congress, while Bardoli Satyagraha was initially independent of Congress's influence and was only in the last stages supported by the Congress. See, the question is very clear because what we study about the Eka movement, that in the initial phases, Congress supported it, but under the influence of Madari Pasi, this became a violent movement and Congress disassociated. While Bardoli Satyagraha was successful, that even in a backward region, it had remained non-violent under the leadership of Sardar Patel, who was acting in the spirit of Gandhiji. So, not throughout, initially supported by Congress, but later disassociated. The Eka movement was provided leadership by the Talukdars of Awadh. Awadh, this movement is in the Hardoi region of UP, which is, we can say, the western part of the western part of UP. The Eka movement was provided leadership by the Talukdars of Awadh, whereas Bardoli Satyagraha was movement of the landless labor. Maybe you are not sure. Maybe. The Bardoli Satyagraha was a campaign against the enhancement of land revenue. 22% land revenue was increased. Ultimate resolution done by Maxwell Broomfield Commission, which says that only 6% increase if you can pay. While the Eka movement protest against the excessive rent was a extraction, right? That they were ready to pay the rent, but they were now being extracted more money by the middlemen, by the administration, more money than it was provided in their pattas was being extracted from them, right? Hence, this is the most correct option, right? Last, the Eka movement was located in Varanasi and Mirzapur. Varanasi and Mirzapur are part of eastern UP. As I already told you, the movement was in the Hardoi region, which is in western UP, right? So this is also wrong. Answer would be C. All right. So thank you.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me.
Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims, and then, sir, the same schedule for mains FRC4 started at the same place, and again I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है, and fortunately it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also, and fortunately I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था, कि जिससे 11th 12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then, ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you so. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026 to 27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.
Hello everyone. So we are at the final phase of our discussion. It has been going for long, we realize that. And without any further ado, it is my pleasure, my honor to introduce my esteemed colleague, the star faculty, Shubham sir, Mr. Shubham Singh sir, who will be taking discussion on ancient medieval art and culture. तो सर खुश तो आप बहुत होंगे आज कि
बहुत सारे
बारिश
सवाल
हो
हैं।
गई है सवालों की आज।
65
सवालों की
पिछले
बारिश।
साल आप थोड़े से डिसअपॉइंटेड थे कि आपको मॉडर्न हिस्ट्री से compete करना पड़ रहा था सवालों के लिए।
पर
और मैंने
सवाल-
ये भी देखा कि आप कुछ क्वेश्चंस को लेकर थोड़े से विचलित तो नहीं कहूँगा मैं, लेकिन आपको शायद वो पसंद नहीं आ रहे थे सवाल की बच्चों के साथ थोड़ा सा अब उनको यूपीएससी की किताबें छोड़कर गीता प्रेस की किताबें पढ़नी पड़ेंगी, ऐसा कुछ।
नहीं, बात
तो
ये है
please-
कि आप इतना एफर्ट मारते हो, देयर शुड बी सम रिवॉर्ड फॉर योर एफर्ट. नो, आपने कुछ भी मतलब कहीं से कुछ भी पूछा है. अभी तक तो क्या था कि लाइक मान लो एक आध दो क्वेश्चंस होते थे मोस्टली फ्रॉम द लिटरेचर पार्ट, कि कोई बुक है, कोई रैंडम बुक पूछी है, कोई राइटर उसका पूछा है, तो वो एक दो क्वेश्चन को अगर आप छोड़ दें तो मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चन जो है एंशिएंट मिडिवल आर्ट एंड कल्चर के डुएबल होते थे. अभी तो क्या है कि मतलब कि आप सारे क्वेश्चन में दो तीन क्वेश्चन छोड़ दो अगर, ठीक है, दो तीन क्वेश्चन छोड़ दो तो कोई भी क्वेश्चन ऐसा डायरेक्ट नहीं है जो आपने पढ़ा हो और आप उसको कर पाओ. तो दैट्स द थिंग. अब क्षेत्रीय नो क्षेत्र पत्नी वाला सवाल पूछा है. देन फिर ये प्लिस्टोसीन पीरियड में यमुना, गंगा और ये सतलुज, ये सारे क्वेश्चन. तो दीज आर द क्वेश्चंस व्हिच आर कंप्लीट आउट ऑफ सिलेबस, आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट आल्सो. ठीक है. तो ये एक थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम है एंशिएंट मिडावल को लेकर. एंड वी रिक्वायर ग्रेट डील ऑफ री इंजीनियरिंग. ठीक है. हमें पूरा अप्रोच जो है अपसाइड डाउन इस सब्जेक्ट को लेके थोड़ा सा चेंज करने की जरूरत है.
तो मैं जैसे सुन रहा था आप when you were solving the questions and you were telling क्या ऐसा है कि now primary sources are definitely not sufficient, but even the secondary and tertiary sources are also not sufficient. And with this I have a supplementary question also, that how do these question papers, how do these questions compare to an era in UPSC earlier, which we had about 4 to 5 years back, when we had lot of questions from art and culture. So how would you address?
See, वो है, लेकिन I would not say कि like maximum you can do whatever if you are putting your hard work in this preparation. आप मैक्सिमम ये कर सकते हो भाई 4 ऑप्शन है तो 2 ऑप्शन आप एलिमिनेट कर पाओ, फिर भी यू विल रीच 50-50 वाला रह जाएगा. मतलब ऐसा जो पैटर्न देख कर लग रहा है. मैं ऐसा नहीं कहूँगा कि अरे ये तो किया गया था, वैसे किया गया था. हाँ, कुछ क्वेश्चंस जैसे कराए हैं. ठीक है. अगर आप देखो कि 16-17 क्वेश्चंस वर आज, तो क्लासरूम लेक्चर से अगर आप देखो तो फ्रॉम क्लासरूम लेक्चर्स 5 to 6 क्वेश्चंस वर डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम द क्लासरूम. ठीक है. ऐसा नहीं है. आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि भाई अब तो कुछ जो भी पढ़ाया था कुछ भी नहीं आया है, या जो भी हमने पढ़ते नहीं आए. बट स्टिल द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द क्वेश्चन इज ऑल्सो वेरी टफ. ठीक है. नॉट जस्ट द क्वेश्चन, द कंटेंट, बट द लैंग्वेज ऑफ द क्वेश्चन इज ऑल्सो वेरी टफ. आप इफ यू कैन इमेजिन योर सेल्फ इन सिटिंग इन द एग्जामिनेशन हॉल, तो आप 3 बार पढ़ने के बाद भी क्वेश्चन नहीं समझ के एक्चुअली व्हाट इट इज ट्राइंग टू आस्क. ठीक है. जैसे ये इरिगेशन फ्रॉम वेल्स अलाउड एग्रीकल्चर, ये वाला जो क्वेश्चन था ऋग्वैदिक पीरियड का, दिस क्वेश्चन वाज कंप्लीटली मतलब द लैंग्वेज इज वेरी घुमावदार काइंड ऑफ थिंग. ठीक है. एंड देन अगेन इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन वाला क्वेश्चन है, दैट इज आल्सो वेरी अजीब सा क्वेश्चन. मतलब लैंग्वेज इज वेरी टफ. So that's the problem, which not just the knowledge, but your mental strength, you're able to readjust yourself, recalibrate, everything was tested in this paper.
How would the students who have worked hard, right? We always say कि paper तो सबके लिए ही tough आया होगा, but that is not the case, right? If the paper is like this, such as this, quite unpredictable, hazy in many ways, it does, as you started your discussion by saying that it is somewhat undermining the efforts of the students who have been working hard. And what would your advice be? What would you be telling the student at this point who worked hard and who has this paper? What can he expect?
See,
about his chances.
Like chances this year or next year?
No, this year.
नहीं, see, if you have done your hard work, so जो भी अगर कोई भी sincere student होगा, तो I think out of 16-17 question, उसने 8 to 9 question he would have been able to do. ठीक है.
Okay.
या 10 मान लो कि 8 to 10 question he would have been able to do.
Confidently.
हाँ, and that is okay, right? If you are like more than 50% strike rate, तो ठीक है, हो गया, इतना ही चाहिए होता है.
Right. But now this UPSC paper can be shown to parents कि UPSC exam कितना tough है.
हाँ, हाँ, ये
that can be done. So I'll leave you to you and your questions and your students, sir. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, sir. So let's start our discussion. ये थोड़ा सा trend analysis है. If you see the margin क्या weightage have increased. 8, 9, generally 6 questions, 2022, 23, 6 questions, then 2024 only 1 question, 25, 7 questions were asked. Then suddenly there is a huge jump, 11 questions were asked from ancient medieval history, or even ancient medieval history में medieval से बहुत कम पूछ रहे. Ancient is the primary focus. ठीक है. Ancient पे सबसे ज़्यादा emphasis है. Medieval से hardly 1 or 2 questions they are asking. So same is the case with art and culture. Art and culture में generally आप 4 to 5 questions you can expect from art and culture. So this is the trend analysis from previous 4-5 years. If you see, खैर, jumping to the question, consider the following assertion. The Pleistocene period, either the Yamuna once flowed into the Indus or the Satluj flowed into the Yamuna, and one major tributary of either had shifted from the Ganga to the Indus or vice versa. Which of the following are the basis of the above assertion? ठीक है, अब देखो, some of you might have thought कि यार ऋग्वेद इतनी मोटी किताब है, सारी नदियों के नाम हैं, they are already mentioned, but Rigved only mention about the name of the rivers. It does not mention about the change, the changing, geological features or changing regime or pattern. Some river is joining some river, then there is a then the landscape is changing and then it is moving somewhere else. So these are the things that are not discussed in Rigved. ठीक है, तो ये ऋग्वेद मेरे हिसाब से this is not the right source, right information to assert this information. Then second, exploration of Satluj and Yamuna by Robert Bruce Foote. ठीक है, अब रॉबर्ट ब्रूस फूटे ने इन्होंने बेसिकली साउथ इंडिया में ही वाज एक्टिव, नॉट इन दिस नॉर्थ वेस्टर्न रीजन. ठीक है, और थर्ड वाला आता है कि द प्रेजेंस ऑफ सेम स्पीसीज ऑफ डॉल्फिन इन बोथ इंडस एंड गंगा रिवर सिस्टम. ठीक है, सी इफ यू लुक एट द स्पीसीज ऑफ Gangetic dolphin and Indus dolphin, so mostly they belong to the same category, although there is some minor differences, but that happens. Suppose मान लो कि there is one landscape which was Pangaea के time पे या Gondwana land के time पे some species were found, and then suddenly that land got separated million of years ago. So gradually there will be some local adaptation of local adaptation which will be which we can observe in that species. तो वो minor adjustment होता है. लेकिन अगर आप देखो कि हाउ जो पजल वाला जो हम लोग हाइपोथेसिस या थ्योरी पढ़ते हैं रिलेटेड टू इन ज्योग्राफी, तो उसमें क्या बताते हैं भाई, अफ्रीका में कुछ जो स्पीसीज पाए जाते हैं दे आर आल्सो फाउंड इन ब्राजील. ठीक है, देन सम स्पीसीज ऑफ मेडागास्कर दे आर आल्सो फाउंड इन इंडिया. ठीक है, तो ये है कि ये जो इंफॉर्मेशन है उससे पता चलता है कि वंस अपॉन ए टाइम these two land masses, they were not separated by ocean, but they were contiguous, they were like linked together. ठीक है, तो ये जो दो स्पीसीज पाई जाती हैं गंगा और इंडस में, दे आर वेरी सिमिलर स्पीसीज. इट असर्ट्स कि भाई एक टाइम पर these both river system, they were part of one single river system, either they were connected. ठीक है, तो फ्रॉम माई साइड मेरा जो टेक है, तो डी इज द राइट आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. खैर वी कैन वेट फॉर यूपीएससी का आंसर की. ठीक है, आई थिंक कल आ जानी चाहिए जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है. सो बट आवर टेक, इट्स ऑफिशियल पोजिशन ऑफ द फोरम IAS ऑल्सो एंड माई पर्सनल ओपिनियन ऑल्सो कि डी ओनली इज द राइट आंसर फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, बुद्धिस्ट आइकोनोग्राफी. एम्प्टी सीट या एम्प्टी थ्रोन भी लिखा जाता है. तो मेडिटेशन ऑफ बुद्धा, बेसिकली मेडिटेशन कह लो या निर्वाणा ऑफ बुद्धा इज बेसिकली शोन विथ अ बोधि ट्री या पीपल ट्री. बोधि ट्री कह लीजिए या पीपल ट्री कह लीजिए. बुद्धा फर्स्ट सेरेमन धर्म चक्र प्रावर्तन बाय व्हील. महापरिनिर्वाणा महानिभिष्क्रमण बाय हॉर्स, द ग्रेट डिपार्चर जिसको बोलते हैं. एंड महापरिनिर्वाणा इज बेसिकली एम्प्टी थ्रोन या सीट कह लीजिए, और समटाइम्स स्तूप ऑल्सो. ठीक है, तो राइट आंसर इज महापरिनिर्वाणा. कुछ लोगों को मेडिटेशन वाले से कंफ्यूजन हो सकती है, पर आई थिंक मेडिटेशन इज नॉट द राइट चॉइस. बुद्धा's महापरिनिर्वाणा is basically symbolized, the symbol for the event of Buddha's life is basically empty seat. ठीक है, या sometimes stupa also. ठीक है, तो आपको जैसे पता होगा कि when Hinayana phase was Hinayana phase में there were no idols of Buddha. बुद्ध की मूर्तियां नहीं बनती थी. महायान जब आया then the idols of Buddha started getting sculpted or started getting made. ठीक है, तो उस टाइम पे आया नहीं था. तो उससे पहले, महायान आने से पहले, बेसिकली देयर वर सम सिंबल्स हु वर वर्शिप्ड और वेनरेटेड इन बुद्धिज्म. ठीक है, तो बुद्धा की लाइफ के जितने भी इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट्स हैं, ठीक है, जैसे व्हेन ही वाज बॉर्न, तो इसको लोटस से सिंबलाइज करते हैं. समटाइम्स एलिफेंट इज ऑल्सो यूज्ड. ठीक है, एलिफेंट इज ऑल्सो यूज. कई बार कहीं कहीं पे बुल का भी इस्तेमाल करते हैं. तो जब वो पैदा हुए, फिर जब उन्होंने महल छोड़ा, महानिविष्क्रमण, तो उसको हॉर्स, क्योंकि घोड़े पर बैठ के उन्होंने महल छोड़ा था अपना. देन जब पहली बार उनको निर्वाणा प्राप्त हुआ, तो दैट इज पीपल ट्री, बोधि ट्री के नीचे. देन व्हेन ही गेव द फर्स्ट सेरेमन, दैट इज व्हील. ठीक है, धर्म चक्र प्रावर्तन, टर्निंग द व्हील ऑफ धर्मा. एंड द फोर्थ वन व्हेन ही डाइड, व्हेन ही डाइड बेसिकली, दैट इज महापरिनिर्वाणा. तो उसको दिखाते हैं या तो स्तूपा से या तो एम्प्टी सीट से, एम्प्टी थ्रोन से. ये मेडिटेशन ऑफ बुद्धा नहीं होगा. दिस इज बुद्धाज महापरिनिर्वाणा. ठीक है, बुद्धाज महापरिनिर्वाणा, दैट शुड बी द आंसर. दिस इज सिंपल, ये तो कर लिया होगा. वितास्ता इज बेसिकली झेलम, अस्किनी इज चेनाब, पौरुषनी इज रावी. बीस को विपासा बोलते हैं. विपासा, विपासा का मतलब होता है द वन हु इज फ्री फ्रॉम ऑल बॉन्डेजेस. ठीक है, यायावती एक दूसरी नदी है, दैट इज नॉट रिलेटेड, ऑल्दो इट इज ऑल्सो ऋग्वैदिक पीरियड की नदी है, जिसके बारे में दैट इज मेंशन्ड इन द ऋग्वेदा, बट इट इज नॉट ब्यास. ठीक है, सो द आंसर इज सी ओनली. ठीक है, सी ओनली. अब ये कुछ सम इंपॉर्टेंट रूलर्स ऑफ द संगम एज, और उनके बारे में बोला है कि किस डायनेस्टी से बिलोंग करते. सेनगुट्टुवन, ये तो सबने कर लिया होगा. ही वॉज द वन हु स्टार्टेड पत्नी कल्ट. ठीक है, वाइफ वर्शिप कल्ट या कनागी कल्ट कहते हैं, सेनगुट्टुवन. उदयन जेराल, ही वॉज अ चेरा रूलर, नॉट चोला रूलर. ठीक है, चोला रूलर में दूसरा इंपॉर्टेंट है कराईकल. ठीक है, कराईकल वॉज द रूलर, नॉट उदयन जेराल, ही वॉज अ चेरा रूलर. नेदुन जेलियान, तो नेदुन जेलियान इज अ पांड्या रूलर. ठीक है, नेदुन जेलियान इज अ पांड्यन रूलर. ठीक है, ही वॉज द वन हु कॉन्डेम्ड. ठीक है, ही वॉज द वन हु कॉन्डेम्ड कोवलन टू डेथ. ठीक है, वही जो कनागी और कोवलन की जो कहानी है, उसमें जिस राजा ने, जिस पांड्यन रूलर ने, जो मदुराई के राजा थे पांड्यन डायनेस्टी के, हु कॉन्डेम्ड कोवलन टू डेथ अंडर द चार्जेस ऑफ स्टीलिंग द एंकलेट ऑफ द क्वीन, वो यही है नेदुन जेलियान. ठीक है, तो 1 and 3 आर द, क्या पूछा है इसमें, नॉट करेक्टली मैच. अच्छा, नॉट करेक्टली मैच्ड है, तो आंसर विल बी बी. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट. Consider the following statement. The Pali text contains the first definite reference to the coins. Kahapana, Nikka, Kamsa, Kakanika. Second option, second statement, the literary evidence from Pali text is corroborated by archaeological evidence of punchmark coin from many sites. Most of them were made of silver. See, this is this question. You cannot attempt or you cannot mark this question right from a very direct source. ठीक है, इसमें सिंपल बात है कि भाई दिस वाज द टाइम पीरियड ऑफ महाजनपद पीरियड. महाजनपद पीरियड वाज द सेकंड अर्बन रिवोल्यूशन ऑन इंडियन सॉइल. पहली थी आपकी जो क्या बोलते हैं इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन. और इस सेकंड अर्बन रिवोल्यूशन के पीछे जो मोस्ट कॉमन फैक्टर, मोस्ट डोमिनेंट फैक्टर वाज द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ मेटेलिक करेंसी, पंच मार्क कॉइन. और ये पंच मार्क कॉइन जनरली सिल्वर के बने होते थे या कॉपर के भी बने होते थे, गोल्ड कॉइन अभी आया नहीं था. तो ये वाली बात है. तो बोथ द स्टेटमेंट्स विल बी राइट. इमर्जेंस ऑफ अर्बन लाइफ. ठीक है, और ये अर्बनाइजेशन क्यों हुआ? ड्यू टू बूस्ट इन ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स. एंड व्हाई ट्रेड एंड कॉमर्स गॉट बूस्टेड? बिकॉज ऑफ इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ मेटेलिक करेंसी. और मेटेलिक करेंसी भी कौन सी? पंच मार्क कॉइन. पंच मार्क कॉइन, क्योंकि इंडिया में मोल्डेड कॉइन्स कौन लेकर आया था? ग्रीक्स लेकर आए थे. ठीक है, इंडिया में जो मोल्डेड कॉइन्स हैं दे वर इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय द ग्रीक्स. ये भी हमने क्लास में डिस्कस किया है. अगेन इन PYQ डिस्कशन क्लासेस आल्सो वी डिस्कस दिस क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड, तो इट वाज क्वाइट डूएबल. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट. कंसीडर द फॉलोइंग स्टेटमेंट रिलेटेड टू द यूज ऑफ प्लेस वैल्यू सिस्टम इन इंडिया. प्लेस वैल्यू सिस्टम वो इंडियन न्यूमरल सिस्टम की बात कह रहा है बेसिकली. ठीक है, उससे कंफ्यूज नहीं होंगे. तो प्लेस वैल्यू सिस्टम अगर आप देखें तो आर्यभट्ट के टाइम से, अगर आप देखें जनरली गुप्ता पीरियड से जो प्लेस वैल्यू सिस्टम का नॉलेज हो गया था. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट, अगर आपको इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन पता है देन स्टिल नो दिस क्वेश्चन वाज डूएबल. अगर आपको थोड़ा बहुत इंफॉर्मेशन पता है then you could have done this question, you could have attempted this question with an ease. पहला स्टेटमेंट, अर्लीस्ट एपिग्राफिक यूज, एपिग्राफिक यानी कि इंस्क्रिप्शन, यूज ऑफ प्लेस वैल्यू सिस्टम इन इंडिया फाउंड इन मनकानी प्लेट्स फ्रॉम गुजरात एडी 595 एंड 596 एडी. तो गुप्ता पीरियड के टाइम की बात है बेसिकली, ठीक है, लेट गुप्ता पीरियड मतलब या द फैग एंड ऑफ गुप्ता पीरियड. तो एक अजम्पशन लेके कर सकते हैं. सी यूपीएससी इज नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग यू कि आप ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन यू मस्ट बी नोइंग. यूपीएससी का बस इतना है कि यू हैविंग अ बेसिक जनरल कंसेप्चुअल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ द इवेंट्स, ठीक है. तो दिस वन इज कैन बी राइट. In the 9th century, place value system became generally a common in inscriptions all over India. ये थोड़ा सा language जो है all over India थोड़ा सा confusion create करता है because it is a very assertive statement. पर आप imagine कर सकते हो कि लगभग कोई अगर number system was discovered, उसको popularize होते होते 300-400 साल में that number could have been become popular. और बहुत सारे इंडिया में जितने भी और inscriptions मिलते हैं, we can find evidences of them, ठीक है. Then place value have been found in Sanskrit inscription in Southeast Asia as early as 7th century, ठीक है, 7th century. तो आप देखो कि this is how, ठीक है, this is how the things are evolving, ठीक है. तो इसको थोड़ा सा इंफॉर्मेशन अगर होता तो you could have done this question. मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा कि बहुत आसान क्वेश्चन, बट स्टिल थोड़ा बहुत आइडिया अगर है कि भाई नंबर सिस्टम कब डिस्कवर हुए, एंड ऑब्वियसली बात है इफ नंबर सिस्टम वाज डिस्कवर्ड देन हाउ इट वुड हैव बीन पॉपुलराइज्ड, किस तरीके से पॉपुलर हुए होंगे, कि फ्रॉम इंडिया हाउ दिस नंबर सिस्टम ट्रैवल टू अरब वर्ल्ड एंड फ्रॉम द अरब वर्ल्ड इट रीच टू यूरोपियन वर्ल्ड. और यूरोपियंस को लगा कि ये जो नंबर है 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 दिस नंबर वाज डिस्कवर्ड बाय द अरब्स, इस वजह से इसको अरबिक न्यूमरल्स कहा जाता है. बट मैटर ऑफ द फैक्ट, ठीक है, कि these numbers were not invented by the Arabs, these numbers were basically invented by Indians, ठीक है. लेकिन वो एक misnomer है, misconception है कि these numbers were invented by the Arabs because Arabs were the one who introduced these numbers into the Western world, ठीक है. Next, consider the following archaeological findings in Harappan towns, ठीक है. तो ये ध्यान रखेंगे तीनों स्टेटमेंट में कोई ऐसा डिबेट नहीं है, ये तीन चीजें जो है इंफॉर्मेशन है, उसके बदले में हमें इन्फेरेंस निकालना है, ठीक है. इन्फेरेंस, देयर इज अ वाइड अकरेंस ऑफ स्पिंडल व्हील इन हाउसेस बट एब्सेंस ऑफ स्पिनिंग व्हील्स, ठीक है, सही बात. ये तो इसमें कोई डिबेट नहीं है बिकॉज इट इज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट, इट इज द इंफॉर्मेशन. वेट्स एंड मेजरमेंट स्केल कंप्लीट विद ग्रेजुएशंस have been discovered. There are houses built in large parts with baked bricks around relatively spacious courtyard with their own wells, bathing platform and large rooms. अब इससे क्या पता चलता है? तो भाई सिंपल सी बात है कि स्पिनिंग वॉज अ लेबोरियस एक्टिविटी डन एट होम. ये तो पता कर सकते क्योंकि उस समय चरखे का, स्पिनिंग व्हील का इंट्रोडक्शन नहीं हुआ था. इट वॉज द अरब्स हु इंट्रोड्यूस स्पिनिंग व्हील इन इंडिया, ठीक है. तो उससे पहले आप सोचो, चरखे से पहले कितनी मुश्किलों से कॉटन के सूत, क्या बोलते हैं, कपास की उसको जो उसे जो थ्रेड बनाते हैं, कितना मुश्किल रहा होगा बिकॉज चरखा एक तो खुद में कितना कठिन है. चरखे से पहले दैट वुड हैव बीन इवन मच टीडियस एंड डिफिकल्ट, ठीक है. तो ये हो गया. दूसरा है कि इट सजेस्ट द एक्सटेंट ऑफ साइंटिफिक नॉलेज दैट द हरप्पन्स पोजेस्ड. स्टेटमेंट 2, हाँ ऑब्वियसली बात है कि भाई मेजरिंग स्केल है, ये तो इसमें तो कोई डाउट ही नहीं है, ठीक है. एंड द थर्ड वन इज इमर्जेंस ऑफ कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी सिस्टम. तो भाई बड़ा घर है तो कोई कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी हो, कोई जरूरी तो नहीं है. अगर इसकी जगह पे ये लिखा होता कि देयर वाज इकोनॉमिक एंड सोशल इनइक्वालिटी इन हरप्पन सोसाइटी, किसी का घर बहुत बड़ा है, किसी का घर थोड़ा छोटा है, किसी के 2 माले के घर हैं, तो दिस डज नॉट रिफ्लेक्ट दैट इट इज सम काइंड ऑफ कॉमन प्रॉपर्टी. It accentuated that there were few section of people, there was a section of society that was relatively well off in comparison to the others, ठीक है. तो मेरे हिसाब से 1 और 2 होना चाहिए, ठीक है. 1 and 2 will be the right answer, ठीक है. A, statement 1, statement 2. Next question. अगेन लैंग्वेज का खेल है. इरिगेशन फ्रॉम वेल्स अलाउड एग्रीकल्चर टू एक्सपैंड अवे फ्रॉम फ्लड प्लेन्स एंड स्ट्रिप. देखो ये दो फिर से इंफॉर्मेशन दी है, उससे हमें इन्फेरेंस पूछा है. Irrigation from wells allowed agriculture to expand away from floodplains and strips on river margins into the present Punjab and Haryana plains, having underground water levels reasonably close to the surface. Second, drought animal power was employed to draw up water out of the wells. ठीक है, तो drought animal power. ठीक है. अब इससे क्या है कि देर इज एन एविडेंस इन ऋग्वेदा ऑफ द यूज ऑफ अश्मा चक्र यानी स्टोन पुली व्हील एंड अहावा यानी कि स्ट्रैप्ड वुडन पेल्स टू ड्रॉ अप वाटर. कह सकते हैं ऑब्वियस सी बात है कि भाई कुआं होगा तो कुएं से निकालने के लिए पुली सिस्टम, अरघट्टा तो बाद में आएगा, उससे पहले पुली सिस्टम से पानी निकालते थे, ये पता कर सकते हैं. ठीक है, तो ये सपोर्ट भी कर रहा है. दिस फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज सपोर्टिंग दिस फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट. Second, mention have been made in Rigveda of the use of implements like parashu यानी axe जिसको बोलते हैं, या कुलिशा, parashu या कुलिशा, axe या दत्रा या श्रेणी, सिकल बोलते हैं इसको. इसमें कहीं भी अगर आप दोनों स्टेटमेंट देखो तो इन नन ऑफ द टू स्टेटमेंट्स इट इज शोइंग दैट दे नो कि ऋग्वेदिक पीपल दे वर यूजिंग सम काइंड ऑफ axe और सिकल. ठीक है, एक्स और सिकल का इस्तेमाल करते होंगे, ये आप जनरली सपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे. दिस इंफॉर्मेशन इज नॉट सपोर्टिंग. बहुत ही इम्प्लाइड मीनिंग हो सकता है कि दे मूव्ड समवेयर एल्स, फिर उन्होंने क्या बोलते हैं कुल्हाड़ी का इस्तेमाल करके जंगल काटे होंगे, अपने लिए घर बनाया होगा, ये सारी चीजें. एक तरह से देखा जाए तो सही भी हो सकता है कि दे मूव टू पंजाब एंड दे मूव टू हरियाणा रीजन. और वहां पे ऑब्वियसली बात है व्हेन दे वुड हैव स्टार्टेड एग्रीकल्चर दे वुड हैव नीडेड दीज एक्स एंड नो सिकल. एक्स जंगलों को काट के खेती करने के लिए, जमीन बनाने के लिए, एंड सिकल फॉर हार्वेस्टिंग द क्रॉप. पर ये इस इंफॉर्मेशन से एकदम डायरेक्टली आप इन्फेर नहीं कर सकते. थर्ड, देयर इज अ हिस्ट्री ऑफ यूज ऑफ ऑक्स इवन बिफोर द ऋग्वेदा फॉर प्लॉइंग द लैंड एंड पुलिंग द कार्ट्स. ठीक है, तो ऑक्स का इस्तेमाल पहले भी किया जाता था. ठीक है, ऑक्स का इस्तेमाल पहले भी किया गया है, इसमें कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि इट वाज हैपनिंग फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम. तो ऑक्स का इस्तेमाल अगर आप देखोगे हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन से भी चला जा रहा था. ठीक है, तो दिस इज हाउ वी आर सपोज टू डू. 1 and 3 कुड बी द राइट आंसर. आई एम नॉट सेइंग दिस इज द आंसर, कुड बी द राइट आंसर. ठीक है, क्योंकि थोड़ा सा ऊपर नीचे है तो एकदम सर्टेनिटी के साथ नहीं कह सकते कि ऐसा ही होगा, बिकॉज implied meaning में अगर आप देखो, if you go with the implied meaning then second one is could also be the no answer. ठीक है, next अमरावती स्तूपा. it is located in Krishna Valley. चलो सही बात है. in India it was the next only to सांची स्तूपा. तो ये NCERT में ही दिया है कि अमरावती was the bigger स्तूपा. ठीक है, अमरावती was bigger in size when it was constructed. right now सांची is bigger because अमरावती is in a very dilapidated condition. लेकिन जब सांची जब अमरावती बना था तो इट वाज बिगर देन सांची स्तूपा. ठीक है, तो दिस इज रॉन्ग. थर्ड, अमरावती स्कूल ऑफ स्कल्पचर, बहुत ही जेनरिक स्टेटमेंट है तो सही होगा. अमरावती स्कूल ऑफ स्कल्पचर ने आने वाली जनरेशन के आर्ट फॉर्म को इन्फ्लुएंस किया होगा, तो दैट इज अ वेरी जेनरिक स्टेटमेंट. ऑब्वियसली बात है, सम पर्टिकुलर आर्ट हैज बीन डेवलप्ड तो इट विल कंटिन्यू टू इन्फ्लुएंस द आर्ट ऑफ सब्सिक्वेंट एरा. ठीक है, देयर इज नो, वी कैन नॉट से कि नहीं ऐसा कुछ इंस्पायर नहीं किया एंड नथिंग लाइक दैट. If some art was developed, it will continue to inspire. So very generic statement. So that is right. So 1 and 3 are the right answers. ठीक है. Next, पंडित मल्लिकार्जुन मंसूर. ठीक है, अब ये क्वेश्चन कहाँ से कैसे कोई पढ़ेगा, I don't know. ठीक है, कि मल्लिकार्जुन मंसूर क्लासिकल सिंगर फ्रॉम कर्नाटका, कौन से घराने से बिलोंग कर. इतना जनरली वी डोंट स्टडी. आपको यही पता चल जाए कि कौन सिंगर है, कौन तबला बजाता है, कौन सितार बजाता है और कौन शहनाई बजाता है. इफ हम लोग उतनी ही एक्सटेंट तक अपनी जो हमारा जो एकेडमिक परसूट होता है, वी कीप आवरसेल्फ लिमिटेड विद इन दैट लिमिट. और ऐसा भी नहीं कि लोग बहुत ही ज़्यादा करंट अफेयर्स की न्यूज़ में था, ऐसा समथिंग लाइक दैट कि दैट्स व्हाई यूपीएससी आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन. ही वाज कॉन्फर्ड अपॉन सम भारत रत्न या कुछ ऐसा कि भाई यू कैन एक्सपेक्ट कि चलो ठीक है, नॉट फ्रॉम द स्टैटिक पोर्शन बट फ्रॉम करंट अफेयर्स आपने इनको के बारे में थोड़ा पढ़ा होगा. तो कंप्लीटली रैंडम क्वेश्चन आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट. ठीक है, कंप्लीटली रैंडम क्वेश्चन आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट. इसमें पूछा है 4 घराने, आगरा घराना, ग्वालियर घराना, पटियाला घराना, जयपुर घराना। आंसर है जयपुर अतरौली घराना। ठीक है, ये ख्याल गायकी, ही वॉज अ ख्याल सिंगर। ख्याल वॉज इन्वेंटेड बाई अमीर खुसरो। ठीक है, ख्याल वॉज इन्वेंटेड बाई अमीर खुसरो हु वॉज द कोर्ट पोएट ऑफ अलाउद्दीन खिलजी। तो उसी ख्याल गायकी के ये सिंगर थे, मल्लिकार्जुन मंसूर। ठीक है, नेक्स्ट, इन विच वन ऑफ द फॉलोइंग टेक्स्ट डज द टर्म क्षेत्र पत्नी, ये भी जनरली वी डोंट स्टडी। ठीक है, कहीं भी आप इंटरनेट पे खोज लो आपको नहीं मिलेगा। ठीक है, मुझे लग रहा है कि एक समय आ रहा है धीरे धीरे, वी आर अप्रोचिंग टुवर्ड्स ओपन बुक एग्जाम। ठीक है, किताब भी रहेगी फिर भी सवाल नहीं हो पाएगा, ऐसा टाइप का। इंटरनेट पे आप कहीं भी सर्च कर लो, किसी भी एआई मॉडल से पूछ लो, वो नहीं बता पाएगा। आज की बात बता रहा हूँ, व्हेन पेपर वाज जब पेपर हुआ था एंड व्हेन आई सॉ दिस क्वेश्चन आई स्टार्टेड सर्चिंग ऑन द इंटरनेट, तो उस टाइम पे चैट जीपीटी और जितने भी सोर्सेज थे सब ऋग्वेद बता रहे थे। फिर जैसे जैसे शाम हुई आंसर हो गया अथर्ववेद। देन आई डिग डीपर कि भाई कहाँ लिखा हुआ है, तो अथर्ववेद में बात कही गई है रिगार्डिंग क्षेत्र पत्नी। अब इसमें यह है कि इफ यू हैव दिस इंफॉर्मेशन कि वर्ड पत्नी फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम अपीयर्ड इन अथर्ववेद, ठीक है, पत्नी का जो शब्द है अथर्ववेद में आया, तो वहां से यू कुड हैव डिसाइफर्ड। ठीक है, वहां से डिसाइफर कर सकते थे या फिल्टर डाउन कर सकते थे कि अथर्ववेद कुड हैव बीन द आंसर। तो इसका आंसर जो है अथर्ववेद है। उसके पीछे मैं ऐसा, इसमें कोई लॉजिक भी नहीं लग सकता कि इस तरीके से यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई या गेस वर्क भी नहीं है, सिंपल। इफ यू नो दिस यू कैन डू इट, इफ यू डोंट नो यू कांट। ठीक है, क्षेत्र पत्नी, बेसिकली क्षेत्र पत्नी वॉज द सिंबल ऑफ गॉडेस ऑफ फर्टिलिटी। ठीक है, तो मदर गॉडेस को क्षेत्र पत्नी भी कहा जाता था समटाइम्स। ठीक है, which one of the following Carnatic music raga is similar to राग बिलावल of हिंदुस्तानी म्यूजिक? ये है धीर शंकर भरणम। ठीक है, राग बिलावल। So there are ragas in Hindustani music and Carnatic music. Generally we study about types of ragas, yeah, sometimes we study about the differences between Hindustani music and Carnatic music, क्यों evolve हुआ। We study about the trinity of Carnatic music, पुरंदर दास के बारे में पढ़ते हैं। ठीक है, but we don't study इतनी डिटेल में नहीं पढ़ते, तो you can't help it. Best way could have been that you could have skipped this question. ठीक है, इसमें कोई explanation नहीं है, सिंपल सी बात है। If you know this you can do it, else you can skip it. तो these there are some questions which are designed, ठीक है, डिजाइन ही होता है उसका कि भाई उसको स्किप कर दो, उसका कोई कर नहीं सकते। एंड यू कैनॉट कैलिब्रेट योर प्रिपरेशन स्ट्रेटजी बेस्ड अपॉन दीज रैंडम क्वेश्चंस। ठीक है, अगर आप ऐसे करने लगोगे तो फिर देन थिंग्स विल बिकम अनमैनेजेबल। ठीक है, प्रिपरेशन जो है एक तरीके से वैराग्य हो जाएगा, भगवान को खोजने जैसा हो जाएगा कि निकले हैं खोज ही नहीं पा रहे। तो दीज आर द रैंडम क्वेश्चन, यू कैन जस्ट the best strategy is to skip these kind of questions. अब ये क्वेश्चन was at least 70 to 80% doable. ठीक है, आप ये तो करते हो, दशावतार टेम्पल देवघर का, ये नगरा स्टाइल का टेम्पल है, तो अगर इतना कर लिया तो एटलीस्ट एक ऑप्शन आपने यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट कर लिया। विरूपक्ष टेम्पल जो है द्रविड़ा का है, तो यहाँ पे आपने यू एलिमिनेटेड दिस। ठीक है, अब बात आती है इन दोनों पे, मालेगिट्टी शिवालया टेम्पल ऑफ बादामी एंड हुची मालीगुडी टेम्पल ऑफ आईहोल। ठीक है, तो आंसर इज, ये हट गया आपका 3 होगा ही, तो 2, 3 और 3 में ये हुची मालीगुडी जो टेम्पल है आईहोल का, जनरली मोस्ट ऑफ द टेम्पल्स इन आईहोल आप देखोगे तो नगरा स्टाइल के। इवन जो दुर्गा टेम्पल है ऑफ आईहोल दैट इज ऑफ नगरा स्टाइल, उसका जो उसके ऊपर शिखर है, विमान नहीं। ठीक है, तो दी 2 and 3 आर द राइट मैचेस। ठीक है, ये भी क्लास में डिस्कस किया हुआ था, PYQ डिस्कशन क्लासेस में भी हमने इसके बारे में देखा था। ठीक है, दिस क्वेश्चन, among the 4 main forms of existence of life recognized in Jainism, which of the following is not included? तो this is not included. ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले देव आते हैं, फिर मनुष्य आते हैं, फिर उसके बाद तिर्यांचा आते हैं। प्लांट्स एंड एनिमल्स, फिर उसके बाद निगोडाज आते हैं, निगोडाज यानी कि बैक्टीरियाज, ठीक है। तो ये दीज आर द डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स ऑफ एग्जिस्टेंस। हाईएस्ट फॉर्म ऑफ एग्जिस्टेंस इज देव, मनुष्य, तिरंचिया यानी कि प्लांट्स एंड एनिमल्स, एंड निगोडाज यानी कि बैक्टीरियाज, छोटे मोटे कीड़े मकोड़े, ठीक है। अगर आप देखोगे दिस क्वेश्चन वाज इंस्पायर्ड फ्रॉम पीवाईक्यूज। पिछले साल पूछा था जैनिज्म में सोल के बारे में, कि सोल है या नहीं है, सोल है या नहीं है, whether Jainism believes in soul or not. तो Jainism basically believes in soul. और not just soul in living creatures, Jainism also believed that there is soul in every non-living object. Even पानी और पत्थर, इन सब चीजों में भी आत्मा होती है, ऐसा जैनिज्म का कहना है। अब वहां से इंस्पायर होके नेक्स्ट स्टेप यूपीएससी ने पूछा इनके बारे में, ठीक है, इनके बारे में। तो वहीं से उसी नॉलेज का फर्दर एक्सटेंशन है दिस क्वेश्चन। अगर आपने वो देखा होता, उसका पीवाईक्यू डिस्कशन थोड़ा सा रिसर्च किया होता, देन यू वुड हैव बीन एबल टू सॉल्व दिस क्वेश्चन, ठीक है। अब हल्ली सलस्या पेंटिंग, बहुत से लोगों ने बोला कि अरे लस्या आपने देख लिया, लस्या तो डांस होता है, ठीक है, डांस होता है तो यहां से आप कर सकते थे, ठीक है। हल्ली सलस्या तो इट इज अ डांस, तो यहां से जॉयस फोक डांस आप कर देते। भाई हम लोग बाग पेंटिंग के बारे में पढ़ते तो हमेशा क्या पढ़ते हैं कि दीज पेंटिंग्स आर रिलेटेड टू बुद्धिज्म। तो जिससे थोड़ा भी पढ़ा होगा ही वुड हैव मार्क्ड बी, ठीक है। जिसने ऐसे गेस वर्क किया होगा ही वुड हैव मार्क्ड जॉयस फोक डांस, अदरवाइज मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल वुड हैव मार्क्ड बी। क्योंकि बी इसलिए भी क्योंकि बी को इन दोनों के साथ कंफ्यूज करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, बुद्धिज्म वर्सेस शिवा पार्वती एंड समुद्र मंथन, कि ये भी रिलीजन से रिलेटेड है, ये भी रिलीजन से रिलेटेड है, ये भी रिलीजियस थीम है। तो दीज थ्री जनरली यही होता है कि व्हेनेवर क्वेश्चन इज सेट तो ऑप्शन ऐसा होता है कि जनरली इंटर रिलेटेड टॉपिक्स से ही एक आंसर होता है बेसिकली, ठीक है। आउट ऑफ कंटेक्स्ट इफ वन ऑप्शन इज गिवन तो देयर आर नो चांसेस आर वेरी लेस, ठीक है। खैर फिर भी अगर आपने आंसर इज जॉयस फोक डांस ऑफ हल्ली सलस्या पेंटिंग इन बाग केव्स, ठीक है। ये मैंने क्लास में भी डिस्कस नहीं किया था बिकॉज मोस्टली हम लोग बाग केव्स पढ़ते हैं, देन उसका टाइम पीरियड फिर बाघनी नदी के किनारे है, इट वाज कंस्ट्रक्टेड ड्यूरिंग गुप्ता पीरियड अराउंड 500-600 एडी। यहाँ तक हम अपना डिस्कशन रखते हैं। मध्य प्रदेश में लोकेटेड है, इट इज़ फेमस फॉर मुराल पेंटिंग। वहाँ पे रंग महल, देयर इज अ केव कॉल्ड रंग महल, इट हैज़ पेंटिंग ऑफ Padam Pani painting. These are the things which we study. We generally don't study about Hali Salasya painting. ठीक है, खैर this was directly discussed in PYQ discussion classes because उससे पहले I think a couple of years ago a question was asked about ensembles, Hoysala ensembles, Rani Ki Vav, Shanti Niketan, क्योंकि these were the places who were conferred upon UNESCO उसमें list में डाला था। तो last year these two names, Moidams of Ahom Kingdom and Maratha fort architecture was included under World Heritage List. तो current affairs से inspired है, अगर थोड़ा भी पढ़ा होगा तो you will be able to answer this question की answer is C, ठीक है, answer is C. Moidams are basically burial ground जिनको हम pyramid of Assam भी कहते हैं, ठीक है। तो this was about the discussion. So again last but not the least there were some questions as we have already discussed कि out of 16-17 questions अगर थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ा होगा तो 8 to 10 questions were still doable, ठीक है। ऐसा बहुत out of context नहीं था, still 8 to 10 questions you would have attempted with relative ease. Not मैं ऐसा नहीं कह रहा कि it was a cakewalk, but हाँ relatively relative ease you could have attempted those questions. So still we can continue with the strategy which we were following before, because we cannot you cannot make your strategy, you cannot amend your strategy on the basis of random questions which are asked in UPSC. जितना और random होते जाएंगे तो random strategy हो जाएगी, and it will not be a strategy at all. So I would again suggest कि refer to all the standard reference books, और जो भी अगर क्वेश्चन आता है from the traditional पोर्शन ऑफ यूपीएससी, चाहे एनसीईआरटीज हों, कुछ क्लासरूम लेक्चर्स हों, और मे बी सम अदर तमिलनाडु बोर्ड की बुक हो, उसको पढ़ें और उसमें से बस ये मान के चलिए कि भाई इसमें से आया तो आई विल नॉट बी मार्किंग इट रॉन्ग. उसके बाहर का अगर आता है देन आई कैन लीव इट टू माय फेट और माय डेस्टिनी और द विजडम ऑफ यूपीएससी. ठीक है, लेकिन अगर उस पोर्शन से आता है आई विल बी मार्किंग दोज क्वेश्चंस विथ 100% एक्यूरेसी. ठीक है, तो चलिए, दिस इज द एंड ऑफ आवर PYQ discussion year 2026. Thanks for watching. Have a nice day. All the best.
Forum is starting a residential program and specifically designed for those students who didn't clear prelims earlier. At that moment, I felt that this program is tailor-made for you because what you described in that email, it felt like somebody was describing me.
Fortunately, sir, I cleared prelims, and then, sir, the same schedule for mains FRC4 started at the same place, and again I made the same promise. चाहे वो AWFG का टेस्ट हो या SFG का हो या करंट अफेयर्स की क्लास हो, I'll do it. सब कुछ करूँगा जैसा जैसा मुझे बताया जा रहा है, and fortunately it worked again. Then I stayed there for interview also, and fortunately I got the rank.
तो फोरम तो एट लेटर स्टेज आया, बट आई बिलीव अगर मेरे पास फोरम की गाइडेंस अगर पहले होती और FRC की गाइडेंस पहले होती तो शायद इतना लंबा टाइम मुझे वेट नहीं करना पड़ता.
मेल आया था FRC का, तो मेरे को अच्छा लगा कि जो सेटअप था वो अच्छा था, कि जिससे 11th 12th में पढ़ते थे ना कि जबरदस्ती पढ़ाया जाएगा, वो था. तो मैंने कहा ये तो बेस्ट है. अगर ये पहले होता तो काफी अच्छा हो जाता, तो मतलब इतना टाइम नहीं लगता.
And before coming to FRC, literally there was a lot of broken confidence, and I thought I would never be able to clear pre. This is the biggest hurdle of my life. But then, ever since December, things changed, and I just followed the plan to the hilt. Gave every test, even the open test, all the simulators, the CSAT simulators also. It was for the first time that I cleared the prelims, I cleared the mains, and then I cleared the interview and finally got a job under Government of India. I was a part of FRC 1 and FRC 4. So I think FRC played an instrumental role in making me what I am today.
So first, many congratulations to all of you who have cleared the prelims. Let us give them a big hand.
I subscribed to the second level of SFG. I think I told you, sir. I had gotten to know about sir from a very close friend, which was honestly like my paradigmatic change, if you will call it, towards prelims preparation came when I heard sir speak on prelims.
मेरा नाम डॉक्टर आकांक्षा सिंह है. मैं गाज़ीपुर ज़िले से रहने वाली हूँ. मैं ऐसे पेशे से डॉक्टर हूँ. मैंने MBBS और मास्टर्स कर रखी है. मैं गायनाकोलॉजिस्ट हूँ. ये मेरा सेकंड अटैम्प्ट था जिसमें मेरी 301 रैंक आई है UPSC CSE 2025 में.
%65% of IS toppers under rank 10 and 20 in CSE 2025 final list have been students of Mains Guidance Program MGP by ForumIAS Academy, including rank 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 16, 17, 19. Mains Guidance Program MGP 2026-27. Join Mains Guidance Program, India's most trusted program for mains preparation. To know more about MGP, speak to an IS topper near you or email us at contact@forumias.com.